Hello and welcome back to the Saturday Mega episodes for Saturday. So, got a bit of bad news. The last video I had recorded for Saturday, which was recorded yesterday because today is now Sunday, unfortunately, that video had been uploaded to YouTube, got a copyright claim, even though I'm not able to make money off of YouTube videos yet. I say yet. Hopefully I'll get there. um, I would not be able to monetize that video in the future, should I be able to do that. So, I took the video down, tried to edit it, and for some reason, since the video was 6 hours long, um, I could not. What do you call it? I could not get it to um, render or whatever it's called. You know, when you export the video after you try to edit it. So I tried to edit out the section that they were copyright claiming. There was a copyrighted song in this game, which I figured it's Car Mechanic Sim 2021. How could any music in this game be copyrighted? You know, you would think they'd use royalty-free stuff. Um, being a smaller development team, I guess. I guess Playway is not all that small, but anyway. So yeah, ended up with a copyright claim on my 6 hour long video for a around 5 minute long section. Out of the entire 6 hours, it was a 5 minute long section, and the entire video is not monetizable. And it was too long to edit with the YouTube stuff, so here we are. I'm going to re-record that entire 6 hours. That entire 6 hours was fun, but yeah, we're gonna have to re-record it, unfortunately. And I'm also going to be starting a brand new game. I'm going to get myself up to the point, as you can see here, that game is gone. And we're just going to rename it. I always like that name. I think that name is badass, in my opinion. Expert. Oh, I have to select it over here. That's right. Expert, please. Um, and whatnot. So we're going to start a new game. The reason is because otherwise I'd be recording afterwards, um, after the 6 hour long section that I already had. So what we're going to do is I am going to we're going to get up to the point where I started the 6 hour video last time, which was just after the third story mission or the start of the third story mission. I can't remember. Wow, that's taking a while. Okay. I think it was like just after the third story mission, but yeah. We're going to do that. I'm going to get us up there. Oh, we don't have any points. And the tools are, they're not all that expensive. OBD reader. I want to start getting XP like as fast as possible, so. We won't be spending much at the very beginning of the game. Yeah, that's about all I need. Testing wise, anyway, or tools, I should say. Okay. Yep, I'm going to get us back up to the point where we were last time. When I started, which was, can't remember what car that was. But yeah, I'll get us back up to the point, and then we will resume from there. What is wrong with this car? resume from there. So, yeah, see you in a few hours. No, it didn't take me that long to get here. Only like an hour or two. I'm gonna just bum rush myself through this, replacing the minimum amount, trying to gain as much XP as possible, then we'll resume from there. As well as the Sunday episode that I uploaded, also got copyright struck because of the music in this game. Uh, turn off the radio. I think it's off. Well, the music, I have the music volume down to 0, so I'm going to try in the future to be more careful of that. So, you know, say thanks YouTube for ruining the background music to this game. Even though I was talking over everything constantly, it's not like I was just sitting there listening to music and playing a game. I was talking over everything constantly, that entire section that they copyrighted, but because it was in there, it still was copyrighted. So, well, I guess not copyright struck, but copyright claimed. So the video could still be up on YouTube, it just couldn't be monetized, and any ad revenue goes to the artist of the music, which I think is extremely dumb. If most of the video, like if you're doing, let's get on with this. If you're doing, no, we don't have one. That's right. No, not drain tool. I didn't want to drain anything. Do this real quick. Come on. Jeez. Forgot how long that is just because it has to test so much. But yeah, if you're doing a 6-hour long video and only a tiny, tiny little fraction of it gets copyright claimed, you should still be able to monetize that video. It shouldn't ruin the entire 6 hours for a 5-minute long section. That is what, 2% of the video, if that. Whatever. I'm gonna stop complaining about it because it's just stupid, honestly. The content ID match automatically copyright claims a video, which is really dumb. But yeah, so thanks YouTube for no music. But yeah, we're gonna continue on. So yeah, I will be back with you in a few seconds for you, an hour maybe for me, when we get back to that other car that we were working on when we left off the first time. And then after this 6 hours, then I got to record the Sunday episode today, and on the same damn day. Yeah, on the same damn day. So I'll be doing 8 hours of footage, recording 8 hours of footage again, all because of that. So no more music. Goodbye, music. Which is really annoying. Yep, just give me a few seconds and I'll be right back with you. Okay, I believe here we were. So yeah, let's get this 6-hour stream started. 6-hour stream. 6-hour video started. It's not streaming. Technically, I guess you could call it streaming just without an audience, a live audience. And I'm not streaming to a platform. Alright, so yeah, this is where we stopped. After the first episode, so we will be continuing from here. Very nice. Yep, it did take me an hour or so just to get to that point. It's going to be a long video. Okay. So first of all, last time we didn't have all these tools, I don't believe. But we have the tools now, so. The engine cannot be started, that's right. Okay, let's test with voltmeter. Oh, I bet you it's fuel pump back there. We will test with this. Good tip for this game is get these tools early. because if you do that, then you can get all the experience in the world. I mean, look how much experience I'm getting in there. Man, a lot of experience. Alrighty. Also, this video, I didn't mention earlier, but this video, as soon as I'm done with it, it's going to be uploaded immediately. So yeah, it'll start out at like, what is it, 240 or 360p, something like that, when it first goes live. So yeah. So slow. That's okay. But yeah, when it first goes live, it will be whatever, super low definition. Okay. That fuel pump. Let's go ahead and grab that electronic fuel pump. By the way, this old of a car would probably have a manual fuel pump. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure about that. Okay, let's go and take that out. 169, nice. Oh yes, I forgot all the crap was still in my inventory. Let's buy one each of those. To the computer. I don't remember if we had the iPad at this point or not. I don't remember at all because my brain is so screwed. So fuel pump and fuel filter. I know I won't be making a certain mistake that I made last time, which was one of the jobs I had required the paint shop. So I bought the paint job and then I was out of money like halfway through the job, and I had to do like 6 other jobs in order to fix it. I don't know why I put that back down. Oil filter, radiator, relays. Oh, it's not going to run. Serpentine belt. Yeah. We're not going to even be able to run this car. And then spark plugs and all that good junk. So let's get all that off of there. So slow comparatively. It's so slow compared to what I had yesterday. Sucks so much. Okay. Unfortunately, yeah, this happened in my last game too. So I guess you're not allowed to go into examine mode unless you're outside of the car. So okay, so we know the starter's bad, the oil filter needs changed, needs a brand new radiator. So we're going to drain all the fluids, needs brand new serpentine belts, and that's about all we know so far. But yeah, see, I can't. Yeah, I can't do it in this mode either. Unfortunately. So yeah, and I believe it was this one. And this one. See, in normal mode, it would tell you up in the top left here. On the parts. Yeah, we're going to drain all the fluids. All the fluids are pretty low. They're pretty low and pretty nasty, so I'm just going to drain all these fluids. So freaking slow. Also, don't know if the devs are going to ever be watching this. Probably not. But if they ever do, the next car mechanics sim, I would like to see more. Like, the fluids and stuff is a great addition, but I would like to see I would like to see wires and hoses as well as an added option. And I do mean option, like, let's say you go and you're picking your difficulty, right? You could have checkboxes or sliders or whatever, whatever you want there to increase the difficulty. So it's not just like a difficulty of normal, hard, expert, that kind of stuff. They're like, oh, well, I want hoses and wires, so I want to go more in depth. Or you can go less in depth and stuff like that. And maybe even on top of that, the game gets more and more complex. The difficulty, whatever difficulties or whatever checkboxes you've selected or sliders you've selected, can increase the complexity of the game, like how many parts the cars have, maybe how many bolts are on those parts. Maybe I don't know if you could do that. That might be a little too much, but that kind of stuff, though. How many parts the engines have, and then maybe even a little bit of transmission rebuilding and stuff like that. Because car mechanics do rebuild transmissions, at least in the US they do. That's part of the car mechanic's job. Most shops, if a shop can't do it, they'll just send it. They'll just take the transmission and send it somewhere for it to be rebuilt. That. Okay. Back over here. Let's grab our parts. Starter, relays, ignition wires, radiator. That's the only thing from this one. And then starter. I'd also like to see I'd like to see the starters come back. Unless I'm blind. Where you had the normal starter for like the inline 4s and inline 6s, you know, the small starter, and then you had the big starter, the big V8 starter for the big old V8 motors and stuff like that, and even bigger starters for trucks. And I'd like to see more variety of parts, I guess is what I'm trying to say. As well. And less generic. I mean, obviously you can't get into the entire detail of every single engine, but I'm saying this on the last recorded session that I had. Like I said, unfortunately there won't be music, but yeah, if it wouldn't have gotten copyrighted. Please don't put copyright music in your games for people that want to record, or if you do have copyrighted music or copyrighted stuff. I know some games like to do like a streamer mode or a YouTube mode, I guess you could call it, where it turns off that specific stuff that's copyrighted. I mean, I know it's not your job and everything. I get it. It's not your job to make sure that your stuff is copyright free, and you paid for it, the rights to use it. But people that record the video, at least let us know that there's going to be copyrighted music, so then we can, you know, not be side-blinded. Or I guess we can just not have music at all. It's fine. It is what it is. I'm not gonna go too far into depth with something like that. As far as complaining and whining and whatnot. I mean, it'd be nice if we could have a streamer mode or whatever. Even though I'm not a streamer specifically. Maybe one day. I want to get, I do want to get an audience first. Not decent. What am I saying? Trying to make this not sound like I hate people. No, I like all my subscribers, all my viewers and stuff. I'm always very, very happy to have you. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. But no, I meant like once I get a bigger audience. That's what I meant to say. my brain's all over the place constantly. And we'll put that back. And we'll grab the oil filter. How are we doing? Filter, clutch. Oh, what's the clutch stuff? And the cam gear as well. Okay. Serpentine belt. I'm trying to do this as if I was doing it in real life. The only problem with doing it that way is the game seems to tell you, or it seems to give you a start on things. Okay, we already done replaced the starter, so everything else. Alright, we need to go over here. Yeah, as I was saying, I'm always very thankful for the stuff for the views I have and the subscribers and stuff. Could always use more. I will not turn them down. And normally I do not like to ask for views, subscribers, likes, stuff like that. I mean, obviously I'm going to get views because people are watching this right now, because you're watching this right now, so that makes sense. But you know, I don't like to do that because it feels like begging to me. But I guess there are some times when you do gotta ask for those subscriptions and those likes and those comments and stuff like that, those shares. And it's not because people are horrible and they don't want to give it to you unless you ask. It's sometimes they tend to forget, which is just fine. I mean, if you forget, you forget. I forget a lot of stuff. I've forgotten a lot of stuff in my lifetime. And I'm not even that old. But yeah, I'm not going to force your hand or tell you to. I'm going to say if you think it's worth it, which I hope you think it's worth it. I'd like to be worth it. Oh, take this off the harmonic balancer here. That's what that part's called. But yeah, some of the jobs coming up we may. Okay, so this is another thing that annoys me in this game, right? In Car Mechanic Sim in general. I don't know if you can make parts move. I don't imagine it'd be very hard. But you don't take the serpentine belt off, or the tensioner off of a belt in order to untension it. I don't know if you know that or not. I would hope you do. I'm actually pretty sure you do. You just might have done it for convenience, but yeah. As car mechanics play this game, they're going to notice that right away. They're going to be like, what the heck? I don't know if there's anything you can do about that, to be honest. I mean, that belt tensioner specifically, we removed that because it's dead in the water. But yeah, a belt tensioner gets you use a tool to release the tension off the belt. Then you take the belt off, and that's it. It's like, unless you're doing this specific job where we're replacing the belt tensioner, there's never a reason to remove it, other than if it's broken and it needs replaced, or if you're doing like a full engine rebuild, I guess. That could qualify. Oops. Oh well. Ugh. Okay, that's it, yeah. So now this one here, and then this belt, we're new belt, brand new tensioner, and then that, and that. Then I think brand new serpentine belt as well. Normal belt. Also, all serpentine belts, unless they're a V belt, have tensioners. Now, this car, I do understand why the serpentine belts do not have tensioners on them. I know this specific car, the specific engine, would not have that because they don't have a model for the V belts, or they don't have pulley systems designed for the V belts either to have V belts in the game. But I would like to see V belts. Serpentine belt does not make sense on this old of an engine. That's the reason this engine specifically has two belts. It's because back in the day, also this would have a much older looking alternator. This alternator is way too new looking. Yeah, back in the day they had V belts, and V belts are not like serpentine belts. V belts can only like this belt down here, this little belt here. V belts can only do this. They can do multiple pulleys, but they can only do this. They cannot go backwards like this serpentine belt is here. They cannot do that. So in this situation, with this specific engine, they would not have a tensioner here. They would have this V-belt going this way to the alternator. They would have a second V-belt going up to the water pump here. And they'd have a third V-belt going up to, I think this is the power steering pump. Yeah, and then if they had a fourth pulley somewhere, then they'd have a fourth V-belt, or they'd have a V-belt go into this one, and then down to the pulley down here, and then back around the harmonic balancer here. Yeah, there was a lot of engines that ran V-belts that had anywhere from one V-belt to 4 V-belts. V-belts weren't the greatest design. That's why they designed the serpentine belt. They wanted one belt to run everything, so they had to come up with a belt design that would work for that. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, it's the clutch stuff, and then we got to put fluid in it. And then spark plugs, did we not? Oh, we might not have. Hold on, let's grab some spark plugs from the computer. Didn't buy any. Oops, I did not meant to hit. Oh, I got it. That's right. We don't hit E to interact in this game. We click to interact. Electronics. My cap lock's on. Caps lock is on. Okay, so now we're gonna do spark plugs. I don't know why I didn't think of doing that. Oh yeah. By the way, spark plugs do when they go bad, they don't necessarily rust. Normally, spark plugs go bad when the I guess the electrode conductor, whatever you want to call it, in the center, goes bad, or it gets coated with oil or gas, unburned fuel. It's clogged up, stuff like that, or just old age. And the spark plug's just not delivering spark anymore. That happens too. They do not. Just because spark plugs are rusty does not mean they're bad. They would still be working even if they are rusty on the outside. They're mostly made of porcelain. Porcelain and copper. Or porcelain and nickel, I believe, as well. There's porcelain and nickel, there's porcelain and what's that other really hard metal? Not iron, but the other one, titanium spark plugs. I think there's titanium ones as well. What else did we need to do? Oh, the clutch. That's right. You can also tell. Yeah. Also, not all cars are manual. I know that's how you set the game up, but not all cars are manual transmissions. Especially the newer ones nowadays, all cars are automatics unless you specifically request it. Nowadays, if you specifically, I forgot to take out the starter. Only if you specifically request it is it a manual. But I don't even think you can specifically request stuff like that anymore, unless it's a diesel or whatnot. Now we can take out that. Oop, that was the wrong way. Up, back up. Oh, back up, back up, back up. Okay, now we can take that off. Alright, transmission time. Okay. And another thing of note too, that clutch release bearing on a manual transmission, most of them, I would say all of them, if they're going to be a separate piece and not part of the clutch slave cylinder that's inside the bell housing of a transmission, they're going to be on a clutch fork inside the transmission. They're not going to be stuck on the clutch plate housing. They're not going to be stuck there. This right here. It's not going to be stuck. This is not going to be stuck to that when you pull the transmission off. This is going to be inside this bell housing of this gearbox here on a fork, or it's going to be stuck. It's still going to be inside the bell housing, but it's going to be bolted around the center shaft of the transmission. But that specific design is more than likely going to be stuck on a fork, on a transmission clutch fork, inside the transmission's bell housing. Just something to know if you didn't know. I'm sure the devs are never going to watch this, but yeah, if you are watching and you want to hit me up, let me know down in the comments, and maybe we can get like an email chain set up. And if you want to, hit me up for some tips on some mechanics. I don't know if you got car mechanics that you actually go to for this type of stuff, or if you're going off your own knowledge or whatever. But I'm here to help. I'm not going to say I'm the best mechanic in the world or anything like that, but there's quite a lot of things that I could possibly help with. If you're wanting to be, I don't know why I hit escape on that. Dang it! I hate when it zooms in like that. If you ever want to know about specifics on certain cars, I might know. Like I said, I don't know everything, but you never know. There's some stuff in this game that is not correct, and I would appreciate it if it was correct, being a car mechanic. And you could say, well, it's a video game. It doesn't have to be all 100% correct. It's like, no, it doesn't have to be. I imagine that'd be pretty boring, but there are some things that should be correct because it's a car mechanic it's a simulator. See, when you take on the name simulator, you got to be pretty damn accurate with a lot of stuff, in my view, anyway, in my opinion, for whatever you're simulating, because it is a simulator. And if people want to complain a game is too complex for being a simulator, because it's a simulator, if they want to complain that it's too complex, then they shouldn't have bought the game because it is a simulator. Coolant. We forgot to put coolant in the car. No. Part unmount. And this game's pretty well done. Much like the farming sim. You know, obviously they're very, very similar from year to year. Whenever they decided to release the next ones. And I enjoy playing them. I do also enjoy the addition of extra stuff. Okay, finish order. We did not forget anything. Yeah, and we leveled up. Very nice, very nice. Okay. Probably not going to spend any of my money right now. But I will be spending some points. Let's give some faster hands. So yeah, I've looked over this, and the best way it seems to play this, forget about the running speed. That's worthless unless you plan on going to the junkyard constantly to get parts and stuff like that. If you're playing on expert, completely forget about this one until the very last second, because this is absolutely useless. You can't examine parts. Maybe it applies to the tools as well, but you can't examine parts in expert mode. At least I can't. So I'm not even going to touch this. This stuff right here, it's okay. You can increase your speed. But I'm going to be going up these trees right here. Or, I guess not tree, but column. So yeah, I'm going to be going up these trees for faster unscrewing speeds so we can get stuff done faster. I'm also going to be going up here so I can get the discounts. The discounts for the buying of brand new parts is actually really nice, and it also applies to the other parts as well. So inventory, let's go ahead and sell all of our stuff. Also, I made this mistake last time during the 6-hour thing. I was trying to say that if you open up these crates in your inventory, that you're going to get parts for those. You're going to get parts in those. I don't know if that's 100% true, but if you get parts or not, I don't remember. It's been too long. But I thought that, the cases I had opened, I never got a single part. I had waited to open these cases until I had a parts warehouse, because I did not want to receive parts. Yeah, so we're going to just open up these. Let's see what we get. Bang. Bang. Okay, not bad, not bad. Got some XP. Bang. Bang. Very nice. Got a little bit of money. And last one. Bang. Bang. Okay. So we got a little bit of money, a little bit of XP, and some barn find locations. We'll have to keep those in our inventory, I believe. I'm just going to keep them in my inventory until I decide I need barn finds. Okay, Mitsubishi Eclipse. Let's go ahead and work on that. Get the sunrise. I believe this is the extra version, or the turboed. Is this the turboed version? Yeah, this is the turboed inline 4. Okay, what do you got for us? Additional tools. OBD scanner should be new enough. So yeah, this is what I do to figure this out. In real life, I would start using my diagnosing tools and my diagnosing brain to figure it out. Okay, we got some ignition issues, or spark plugs and spark plugs and ignition coils. Probably can't start. Nope, we will start, or we'll try to start anyway. So, pressure test. Okay. looks like it needs an engine rebuild. Of some sort anyway. Electronic multimeter. Also, this sound effect is funny. So he clicks it to one direction and then back to the center at the top where it's pointing at the moment, which is a continuity test. Continuity between wires, and then he's testing the leads. That's what that beeping is when you touch the black and red leads together on the continuity test, it beeps. Means that continuity is good, or it's got continuity between it. So that's how you would test wires on a vehicle, is you put one lead on one end of the wire and the other end of the wire that you're trying to test, or if you think you got two wires that are melted together, crossed together, then you would test for that, and if the two wires are connected together and they're not supposed to be, then if the two wires are connected together, hey, 69%, nice, then it would have continuity between them, and it would beep like that. It would go beep. And that's up to you whether that's supposed to be like that or not. So I would also like to see with these tools, I would like to see accuracy. Okay, you don't have to test that much. Okay. And also, a fuel pressure test would not work on injectors. You would have to have a specific tester for the injectors themselves in order to test them. A fuel pressure gauge that just screws onto the fuel pressure or the fuel line, which is what that one is, which is what that specific tool is. You would not be able to test the injectors like that. You could probably test right before the fuel rail. But that's about it. You wouldn't be able to test. You might be able to test on the opposite side of the fuel rail, but you would not be able to test the individual injectors back here. The only way to test those is to take them off and put them in a fuel injector tester, or put them on a fuel injector tester tool in order to test the injectors themselves. Plus, yeah, when you're starting, the injectors do have to be plugged in and have to be powered as well. But yeah, you can test that. You can test the fuel pump, and you can test the fuel rail, or rails if you've got multiples. Testing the fuel lines and all that. Make sure you're getting proper pressures. Alright, we're going to move this car into car lifter A. Alright, I always like to do this. Open this up. Put the lift on it. Get a little higher off the ground because this car is slung low. Very, very low. As it's supposed to be. Okay, what do we got? Yeah, it needs an engine. This one needs an engine rebuild, so all the other fluids look good. Yeah, all the other fluids look good, and they're relatively full. Alright. Sorry, a little bit yawn there. So yeah, this is, now that I've determined that the engine needs a rebuild of some kind, and I don't have an engine stand or anything like that, move this over to car lifter A, and we're going to have to do this in the car, which is unfortunate, and it's going to take longer than a normal job would if you were to just pull the engine. With the way this is looking, it's looking like more likely the pistons wouldn't be bad unless he ran it out of oil, but more likely it'd just be like a bottom end thing. Also, this right here, I'm seeing this, and this front end must have been riding this car pretty hard, and I didn't ever read the story of this one. Hello, I saw that you got quite good reviews, and I thought, surely you'll handle my problem. I've been to a few experts already. The things that each expert said and didn't match up at all. So basically what the customer is saying is he's been to several different mechanic shops, and the mechanics are telling him that there's different things wrong with his car. Um, two possibilities happen with that. One mechanic is telling the truth and one mechanic is lying. Two, both mechanics are lying. Or three, um, both mechanics are telling the truth of what they actually think will be wrong with this car and could actually be wrong with this car. It's just they're not grouping all the symptoms together to try and figure out a simple set of solutions or one solution. They're just each coming up with their own solutions to the symptoms, not the underlying issues. Um, it boils down to this consistent. Okay, we're gonna read the rest of this. The things that each expert said and didn't match up at all. Okay, so they did work on the car, but nothing's working. Of course, the problem is still there. It boils down to this constant banging. It's unbearable. And the gearbox isn't working properly after the last repair, in quotes. After a week, changing gears became a nightmare. Please check and try to fix all the problems. I'm counting on your honesty. It's the last chance for my car. If this doesn't do the trick, I'll have no other option but to get rid of it. Anyway, get to it. Is that what he said? Something about that? Anyway, hop to it. Okay, boils down to this. It's banging. So this constant banging, more than likely, is the engine. The bearings are spinning. Also, the gearbox. So the last mechanic fucked up the transmission, thinking it might have been a transmission issue. Anyway, let me know what happens. Okay. So that'd be my first thought is banging. I'd ask them specifically, where's the banging coming from? And if they told me, well, it's coming from the engine bay, or it's coming from the front of the car. It seems to be, it sounds like. So then I would take this car out for a test drive and I'd see what kind of banging it is. So they fucked up the transmission and this shaft here, it looks like. And it looks like the sway bar is either rusted and old, worn out, or broken. Something like that. Okay, so let's do suspension first. I mean, we're going to need the engine rebuild anyway, but because our test came back with the compression test that it wasn't getting good compression, so either that or we'll say we drove the car. It had some banging when you hit bumps and stuff, but a lot of the knocking noise that was coming from this engine bay was consistent. That's one of the main issues there. I need to take off these tires, by the way. One of the main things there. So if you do have knocking coming from your vehicle, you want to try and identify what kind of knocking it is. Let me take off this tire. You want to try and identify what kind of knocking it is. If it seems to be when you hit bumps or you're driving down the road and it's knocking, but when you're stopped it's not knocking, more than likely that could be it could be like anything like suspension, it could be worn out bearings, which is inside this shaft here. We're gonna have to remove this anyway. This bearing here, actually that bearing looks to be bad. Okay. That's another thing too that annoys me. Okay, so this knuckle, the steering knuckle here, we'll take this apart for an example. Take this off, take this off, take this off, take this off. Okay, so this wheel hub here, this round piece of metal. This is a wheel hub. This dust cover that protects the backside of the disc from getting super dirty and things being splashed up from underneath the car, like oils if it's leaking or anything like that being splashed up onto the disc, the brake disc. That, and we'll take this off as well. We'll take this off as well. I'll just show you what I'm trying to mean here. Even though we don't need to take these parts off, I'm just going to show you specifically. Part mounts, let's put that back in there. Okay. And then part unmount. So this here, and this here. This is the wheel hub. This is the steering knuckle. And this is the cover, the dust cover. The axle knuckle cover, whatever you want to call it. And this is a bearing in here, right? All of this right here is all one piece when you take it off the car. If you need to take this bearing out, say this bearing is bad, which does happen, these four parts right here are all together in one piece. They're driven together with a press, with a hydraulic press. So what you need to do in a real life situation, you just take off those parts that I just took off, essentially, until it's this, and then you take this thing over to a hydraulic press tool machine, and it presses on this bearing right here. You take off these bolts here, just like this. Why can't I take that off? Can I not? Oh, it wants me to take the bearing out. Okay. Just pretend that you didn't see me take that bearing out, but it wants me to take the bearing out. Okay. So what you do is you take this off the car, and then you take these 3 nuts off right here. 3, sometimes 4, sometimes 2. It depends on the car. Sometimes there's none. And then you take those 3 nuts off there, and then you take it over to the press, and you press this out, and that wheel hub's gonna come off. This is gonna come off, and this is gonna come off. All as separate pieces. And that bearing, you press the bearing out to change the bearing. So then you press it back together, not on the car. You press it with the same machine. So this, and this, and it gets pressed together. Just so you know. We're going to take that bearing out though, because we need to change it on this car. Yep, and then once it's back pressed together, then you put it back on the car. And what I would do at this point, putting this back on, obviously this arm is going to be here, because you wouldn't have unbolted this. But this is going to be unbolted, obviously. I would put this back on, get this, you kind of have to hammer this on sometimes to get it on there. And then you tighten down this nut and tighten it down, while there's another tool that goes underneath here to keep this ball joint from spinning. It's going to be greased up. I'd put that on. Same with this. Put this on. And then I would then push it upwards and put this on here. Because this thing, this strut here is going to be bolted on up there. And yeah, it's going to have the sway bar as well. Just for a little explanation, we'll go ahead and put this on. This on, and yeah, this stuff would be off. The wheel hub, the axle knuckle, and the axle knuckle cover with the bearing in it would all come off the car, all as one, until you pressed it apart, if you needed to change the bearings, that is. Or you need to change the wheel hub, or something like that. That's the other thing that annoys me about this game, too. It's the... I don't know what country they're from, but all the cars I've even worked on, even foreign, all have lug nuts, not lug stud bolts. I mean, I know it does exist on some cars, but not every car. Again, that's just for simple, just to keep things simple in this game, but I think most cars should have lug nuts. Yeah, that bearing was bad. Take this off, so we can change out the sway bar here. Also this too. And sway bars are not easy to replace, by the way. So if you need to replace one, I say good luck to you. Why did I take these off? The brakes. Probably did need to. Alright. Okay, I don't know if we need to take off the transmission. There's a lot of parts not discovered, but I think most of those are on the engine. We'll take off the transmission then. Let's move this over to rear lifter A. I think we already did this, but I'm not sure. Yes, we already did that. Okay, come back. Alright, oil filter. Let's take the oil filter off. Alright, let's put this back down. Since we're having transmission issues, I'm going to try and take care of everything at one time. At least as much as I can, anyway. Before the engine. So we're going to take that off, and we're going to drop the transmission out of this car to figure out if it's clutch related. Okay. Because obviously we weren't able to test drive it, given the state of the engine. I'm not going to ruin the engine any further, just in case it's hanging on by a thread and about to explode into many pieces. I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, yeah. The flywheel. Now, I wouldn't be able to tell from here. This stuff would be rusty anyway, but yeah, you wouldn't be able to tell. Obviously, that goes with the transmission. So yeah, you got to unbolt this. And then we take this off and we inspect it. And what you would often find if a clutch plate was really bad is you could see all this black. This is the clutch itself, the clutch material. Normally when it goes out, there isn't much clutch material left, and sometimes you'll end up with grooves. And we'll say that clutch was so badly worn, because this is bad, that it wore really bad grooves inside this flat surface right here, where my marker is. Also, there's bolts here that you have to take off. Yeah, we'll go ahead and unbolt this because it's also bad. So we'll just say that would be a real life situation that would make the reason you would have to replace that. Yeah, let's go ahead and drop this back down. And yeah, let's go ahead and work on this. So this one needs an engine rebuild. But we have to do it inside the car. So first of all, where's my... Oh. Unlike in real life, it's like, where's my tool? Where's this tool? Where's this tool? That kind of stuff. We had to drain the coolant because we are going to be taking this engine pretty much entirely apart. And since we drained the coolant, what I'd personally do in a real life situation, mount mode, is I would take this radiator out just to give me more space. And this cover here, I think this cover comes off. I think that's just to kind of tie in the engine better, but I do believe that comes off, and then I might remove the front bumper, or, just anything to kind of allow me more easier access to this, since I have to do the rebuild inside the car. Let's go ahead and take those out. I would leave the spark plugs in there in this situation, no matter if I think they're bad or not. Just leave the spark plugs in there for now to keep a bunch of crap falling into the cylinders. Because at this stage, I don't know how deep I gotta go. The only thing I know that it's knocking, and that's possibly, and possibly when I pulled the dipstick to check the oil level, we'll just say there was, you'll see the sparkles in the oil. There'll be like shiny metallic flakes, shiny metallic looking flakes inside your oil. That means it's bearing material. And since it's knocking extremely slowly, comparatively, there's like all this knocking going on. I'm going to say bearings, bottom end bearings. But now that I've taken this apart, we'll say that we found clutch material, we found bearing material up here, which would be these, underneath these caps here. So I'm like, okay, let me take a cap off, and I go, yep. So it's ran low on oil at some point. It was pretty badly worn. The surfaces are pretty badly scored up, so I got to take this out. We'll say this one was bad enough that it can't be turned, and that the process of turning something is basically putting a machine, or putting it on a very specific machine that will cut the surface down a little bit. It'll make it slightly smaller in diameter. It'll make this little surface right here where my marker's at. It'll make this little surface right here nice and flat again. Actually, that one looks broken. That might be just cut out for balance, but it looks broken. Either that or maybe we found one that was broken. Who knows? Maybe it's in 2 pieces, 2, 3 pieces. I would also take off these caps as well. Check this other side. But we'll say we did that already, and it looked good, so. The other side looks fine. It's just this specific side. I'd probably still replace all the bearings. Okay, and then we took off this cover here to check the ends, and this this one's missing teeth. It's gonna take off this. Yeah. This one's missing teeth, so we're gonna go ahead and replace it. And we leveled up. Hooray! Alright. I'm actually, since I'm such a low level, what do we got? Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and grab this. I know this one's useless, but I want the discount, the part discounts. So I can make more money and I have to spend less money. Gonna take this off. And this is new enough that, yeah, it would have a serpentine belt and a belt tensioner. This would not have a V-belt system, which is what this was indicating. Take that out. Come on now. Such long bolts. Okay. And the reason I'm taking this apart is because I gotta get out that cam. Okay. And I'm possibly gonna have to remove the head as well. Given that there was something wrong. So yeah, I'm just gonna remove all of this, including this is an internal water pump, which is ran by the timing belt, which is fairly common. Okay, just gonna remove that cam. Since I'm possibly gonna have to remove the head, we'll see. I'm gonna go ahead and remove this turbo and the exhaust manifold. And we'll go ahead and remove these actually for real, because now that I think about it, you can't remove the head with this in there. Actually, you could in real life. You could leave these bolted in if there's nothing wrong with them. But you needed to remove the head. These cams can stay in here, unless they need to be removed, in my opinion. Remove that cam. Plus, the more parts you remove, more experience we gain, so it's not like it's a big deal. I missed the music already in this game. The music's actually decent. It just, YouTube has to be a pain about it. And do automatic content ID matches in order to get you, and just trying to get you in trouble. And let's remove the head. And yeah, I was right, we will have to remove the head because we got a couple of pistons in there. We'll say that, yeah, we removed the head on a hunch, and yeah, one of the two of the pistons were actually pretty bad, or they were pretty bashed because of the bad cam wasn't opening the valves correctly, and it was smashing the valves into the head of the pistons. We'll say that. I don't know if a lot of people here are gonna know what I mean, but that is okay. Okay, and we'll say the bearings spun so badly. They did not chew up the crank, but they chewed up the main caps, which is unfortunate. This badly damaged, yes, I would definitely call this a full rebuild. And yes, you can do a full rebuild inside the vehicle. It's a real pain in the ass, but it is possible. Okay. Right, we're just going to leave the crank in there because the crank's still good. Yeah, now you got to go to the top of this. Pull the pistons out. You could easily push the pistons up, turn the crank, and then pull the pistons out through the... you might be able to do that. I don't know if you'd have enough room, but you might be able to. Or you could just remove the crank and then pull the pistons down through the bottom of the engine. If you've got enough room. That is possible. Yeah, okay. So now we've got... I believe we have... Oh, we don't have all the parts discovered yet. There must be some bad... Yeah, there's some bad suspension back there. Because the game tells me, hey, really rusty, really bad. But we're not going to... We're going to act like we don't know any of that. That's not how it actually works. We're just going to go inventory, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Injector's fine, the gas is fine, we only need one of these. One of these, one of these. Did we buy spark plugs? No, we didn't buy any brand new parts for this car. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, one of these, one of these. And 2 of these. Okay. Oh, and a front sway bar and a front drive shaft. Okay. Also, yes, we did get a tablet, and I just forgot about it. The reason I'm replacing the piston rings is just to show that, yeah, they're cheap enough that it don't matter, but being as damaged as this engine is, and 2 of the pistons already pretty bad, I'm just going to buy a 4 set. And in a lot of cases when doing engine rebuilds, it's cheaper in the long run to just buy a full set of whatever the part is, if there's multiple. Now the camshaft is a little bit different. The camshaft is super, super expensive, so unless we need to replace it, we're not going to. Also, there's only one timing chain, but I got 2 timing chains in there. Oops. Clutch plate was bad. This is that other mechanic. The wheel hub bearings. The front sway bar was broken. Better keep our story straight. The front drive shaft was all tore up. By the way, this front drive shaft would be part of the transmission, inside the transmission casing itself. There might be a few transmission designs where this is different. Actually, know a car that's different. But in most cases, that's going to be all one. That's going to be inside the transmission casing. And wouldn't be taken out unless you were rebuilding the transmission itself. Get rid of that flywheel. Go home. Electronics shop. And when you buy spark plugs, if you can buy individuals, do not do that. If you've got some bad spark plugs and some bad ignition coils, always replace them all. Because if one's bad, the rest are probably not far behind unless you just replaced them and that one just happened to go bad for some reason. In a weird way. But yeah, that's my advice. If you're going to replace, and also replace both, do spark plugs and wires, or if you have coils, or ignition coils, do spark plugs and ignition coils. You don't have to do both at the same time, but it's recommended that you do, because they do what they call wearing together. They do age together in most scenarios. So unless there's something majorly wrong going on, they're going to wear out at roughly the same rate. So I did not replace the oil filter tablet. Oil filter. Okay. Put a brand new oil filter on there. Since we're doing a rebuild, there's no reason to have an old oil filter on there. And in most cases, it would be wise to do that, because if you've got crap in your oil, like bearing material and stuff, guess what the oil filter's full of? Also full of that same crap material. And if you're doing a full rebuild and you put that old oil filter on there and you run that engine, a lot of that crap's going to get flushed out of that old oil filter because you're putting in new oil, and it's going to get flushed back into the engine system, and it's just going to ruin your brand new bearings. It's generally not a good idea. Okay, now that's on there. I'm going to go ahead and put this on there. Now we're going to put a brand new flywheel on, bolt it onto the crank. Put a new one of these on there. Put this on there. And by the way, there's a specialty tool that lines up that clutch plate with the flywheel. So make sure you use that tool as well before you bolt this up tight. You get it up there, get it so the bolt's in, but not super tight. Just loose enough to where you can move that clutch plate in the center, and then you stick that tool in there. Usually comes with your clutch plate when you buy a brand new one. And then once that tool's in there fully, then you tighten it up, those bolts, and then you pull your tool out and put your transmission in. Put in that brand new shaft. Since we're down here, we might as well tie up the suspension as well. Get that on there. Okay. I'll put in our brand new bearings, which obviously we would have done before we put that on the car. Tie it back on. Also, if your air tool is doing this when you're trying to put lug nuts or lug bolts, whatever you have on your car, if your air tool is doing that, stop immediately. Don't go any further. That means you're cross-threading and you're fucking everything up. If it's but the noise that these ones make, coming off is fine. Putting them back on and it's doing that, no, that's not fine. That's not good at all. It should, when you go and put the put lug bolts on or whatever with an air impact, it should go not. Yeah, that means we're cross-threading the fuck out of those, or we're fucking them up somehow. Just a warning, if you're using an air tool or an electric impact even. It's going to struggle coming off. They always do it if they've been on a while. But putting them back on should not do that. If they are, but you know it's not cross-threading, you know it's not ruining the threads or anything. It's just it's just because it's old and rusty and nasty. You could put a little bit of anti-seize on them, and that'll help get those back on there. Easier without ruining the threads too much, because if they get too hot, sometimes they can weld together, and then you could just break it, and then you're really screwed. Lug nuts and lug studs can break. Breaking the stud, and then that's even more of a pain in the ass job. I just went from a simple tire change or simple tire removal and put back on whatever you were doing to adding on another like 4 hours, 2 to 4 hours worth of work, which is not fun. Okay, let's go ahead and put the head back on. For some reason, this head doesn't have any bolts, which makes no sense. All heads have bolts at some point. Whether it's very few or very many, they all have bolts. So yeah, I'm just going to put the exhaust back on. I'm going to do the back end first. The head's bolted on, it's torqued on, all that stuff. I'm just going to put the turbo and the exhaust manifold back on here. While I have all this space without these parts being in the way. Okay, just going to put this back on. I will put the brand new cam. That's another thing about this game. Always remember where the part, if there's more than one part in an area, or more than one part that you need to look at and replace, like bushings, like these cams here. Always put the cam that was bad, if you replaced it or you fixed it, whatever. Always put the new one or the repaired one back in the same spot. That's true in real life as well as in this game. In this game, if you don't do that, I can actually show you per amount. Okay, let's go ahead and get rid of that. So, we go to car status here. We go to, I don't know if this camshaft is going to do it, but we'll see. I know that, but the freaking stupid rubber bushings do it, and it's so stupid. Camshaft 14B. Part mount. Let's mount the 66% one in here. Now let's see if that fixed it. See, it did not fix it. Even if I put the brand new one over here, did not fix it. See, not fixed. Even though clearly I just put this one over here. Which is, it's incredibly dumb. I don't know why they do it that way. Yeah, if you're working with camshafts and stuff like that, is now. See, now I have to put the brand new one over there. Now it's fixed. And that is the greatest thing in the world. I hate it. I hate it that it does that. Okay, let's go ahead and put more spark plugs real quick. Might as well. Keep dirt and crap from falling in those cylinders. So we just had the head off. We just put the head back on. I do not want to put it back on again. Or take it off and put it back on. Because I dropped something where a bunch of dirt fell down in there. Or something happened. Okay. This is the longer part of this game, is when you got a bunch of little stuff. At the faster screwing and unscrewing, this would be going a lot faster than it is at the moment. But I'm still working in the early stages of the game, so everything's going to be a lot slower. Oh, we didn't buy one of those. Why didn't we buy one of those? What the heck, game? Okay. Now, did we buy it? Or now are we good? We good, game? Timing chain? Yes. Must have missed it by accident. Also, I've said this before, but I'm not going to put this top. Wait, no, I will put this top. So I'm going to put this top on first here instead of those outer casings or those outer covers. The reason is because the way this cover's designed, it's going to have the bolts going into it. It's going to have threads and stuff like that. As you can see here, the bolt from this cover would go through here and into this. Just the way it looks and is designed. It looks like the bolts go into there, even though the bolts are super short. It's whatever. Just a little detail I noticed there. We'll put our ignition coils back in. Might as well. Yep, while I got all this room, might as well make the most of it. Timing belt. Pulley, 69%, nice. Timing belt cover, or timing cover. Harmonic balancer. Put that back on. Serpentine belt. With no tensioner because we're crazy. Yeah, we'll put the injectors back in first. Injector. Injector. Also, these injectors, make sure they go back where they were, in the exact same spot. So they also need to go back there. Then we'll put the intake on. And then throttle body. That back in there. It's got long ass bolts. Okay. Put the radiator back in. Get our hoses hooked up. Then we'll put this front cover on. With the electrical fan, plug in all the electricals, blah blah blah. Now we'll go ahead and unmount. Let's fill her back up with radiator fluid or coolant. And also this car, it might have green in it. It's old enough that it might be green. And by the way, you fill up the cooling system first and then the reservoir. Even the newer radiators are going to have a cap, or more likely, somewhere that you would fill from, just to fill up the system. Okay. Our status. Alright, part not discovered. I bet you that's all the suspension stuff. Okay. We got everything back on, I believe. Alright, let's take this out for a test drive. See if we fixed everything. We're going to pretend we don't know that there's more parts broken. We're just going to pretend that we think we got it fixed. Because he said the banging, and more likely all the banging was coming from up here. We might have a hunch that there might be some suspension worn out in the rear, but we're not going to know because we're going to test drive it. Yeah, tire's not aligned properly. I don't have the test path, so I don't have an alignment machine. As well as I'm playing on keyboard and mouse because this game doesn't have enough driving in it to warrant a controller. So, yep. We're playing with keyboard and mouse. Crazy turbo. Go! Oh. I'm not good with keyboard and mouse driving. Come on, car. Go! Brake. Not bad, not bad. The brakes are, they're not the greatest, but they're not bad either. But then again, this is an older Mitsubishi, so you would expect the brakes to not be as good, the system to not be as good as the newer cars. Rubber bushings, rear sway bar. Okay. Alright. So, yep. All the body rubber bushings are bad. We'll just say that we felt that definitely the body did not feel like it was attached to the frame at times, to the suspension and stuff like that. Just felt really bad and poor. So now we'll go into inspection mode. You can see that the rubber bushings on this are bad, and those rubber bushings on that are bad, and on that are also bad. Okay, normal mode. Let's go in here. So normally I'd have a jack. You'd have a jack to hold this framing up. These bushings right here bolt this to the car's subframe, so to the car's body essentially, the subframe of the body. And these are really badly worn out. That could also be the inconsistent clunking we would have heard, possibly would have heard whenever we hit a bump and stuff like that. Then we'll have a jack to hold all these up. These rubber bushings are bad as well. Spray some WD-40 on that. Okay. Now I believe we got to take off the tires. Is that? Hold on. Is it all just normal rubber bushings? Yeah, it's all just normal rubber. Okay, so that one's fine. Yeah, I believe we do got to take off the tires. Okay. Then, yeah, because we got to take off these. Here. Also got to take these out. So, yep, we'll have another big old jack holding this whole section up. I tend not to talk during the loud tool sections, just because you probably couldn't hear me anyway. Take that out. That's the rear sway bar. Okay, let's count. Car status. How many rubber bushings? There's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And in our inventory, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. And then the rear sway bar. Alright, and then tablet. 10 rubber bushings, please. And sway bar. Rear sway bar A, give me that. Bar mount. Let's get that sway bar back in place. And then these. And then this. And of course, this rubber bushing. That rubber bushing. And we might as well put the tire while we're on this side. So slow. That is. Okay, rubber bushing. Rubber bushing. And rubber bushing. And that. Alright, and then the rear tire. Alrighty. We're doing good. I think just 4 rubber bushings left, and then that should be it, I believe. So slow. Come on now. Last one. Okay, and we're done. Finish order. Boom, we didn't forget anything either. And we leveled up. Very nice, very nice. Alright. Yep, we're going to go straight for the fast hands. So now we've got a 55% increase, so we're half a time faster than we used to be. Okay, let's work on this Camaro. This Chevy Camaro. Oh yeah, I don't know if I mentioned this before. I do have, I did go through and rename most of the cars. I don't remember all, if I got them all, but I did go in and rename most of the cars. Some of the cars I had to look up to see what their real life counterparts are, and some of them I was not, or some of them I already knew what they were, so I just named them based on my knowledge and based on the knowledge of the internet. Some people have already gone through and picked out names for all the cars and what their real life counterparts would be. So I do have those. Let's go through the tools. OBD scanner, because this is new enough. I don't know why people have this Camaro. I don't know why people like these Camaros. These specific ones. I hate them. They look ugly to me. But then again, that's probably because I like the old, like, 60s, 70s Camaros. Those Camaros I like. These ones, not so much. Also, we forgot to read the story. I'm kind of getting ahead of myself here. First status. Good morning. Would you be able to help me? It's my first car. Of course it is. It might not be the perfect car, but it's mine. I've always dreamed about one like this, so I finally managed to save some cash, and I started looking immediately. It seems that I might have gotten a bit carried away. I heard that this car, or that this doesn't bode well. The salesman said that the brakes needs to be repaired, but the rest is in perfect condition. I've ran into that situation before, where cars. We'll just keep doing this. We'll wait for this though first, and start. This is gonna take a while because this is a V8. Okay, we got one bad camshaft. Let's get voltmeter. Let's get all the tools done, and then I'll continue with my story. Okay. Okay, we're done. How about that? Alright. Tire tread tester. The only reason I'm doing all the tools is not only to try and get an idea of what I need to be repairing here, but also to get experience. In case you were wondering. I think I said that before, but yeah. It's all the experience gain. That's a hot tip for this. Always just use all the tools at your disposal. Sorry, I was rotating the thing. Okay, so now we know what's wrong with it. As well as, yeah, I've ran into that situation before. Some salesmen out there will have people come in, or the people come in for a vehicle that they want to look nice. They'll get special cleaners to clean the outside of the vehicle, make it look super, super shiny. This bumper here, they probably they couldn't do anything about it because they didn't have another bumper. So, but yeah, they would go in there, make the interior super, super shiny, clean it all up. Same with the engine bay, get everything like this. You can see, kind of, I guess, that everything looks super, super shiny, even though it's probably pretty nasty. They'll fill up all the fluids and stuff like that. They'll maybe even add some fluid additives to kind of hide some problems, like knocking, putting in super heavy oil to kind of hide the knocking, or additives in the transmission to make the transmission work a lot better than it normally does. Stuff like that. They do stupid tricks just to get cars sold at higher prices, and to get them sold worth way more than they usually are. Ran into these issues and stuff like that. Also, if you ever find, that's a good example, if you ever find a car that has a bumper like this, don't believe them. Don't believe anybody that says that, I hit like a pole or something like that real lightly and banged up the bumper, or I hit a dog or something like that, so I had to find another bumper for it. Always inspect it yourself, because this could be the indication of a huge front end accident, especially if they manage to find fenders and stuff like that. If they manage to find fenders that match the vehicle, look for paint chips, paint chippings, the clear coat chipping, stuff like that on older vehicles. If it's not, in perfect shiny condition, look for that kind of stuff between that. And if you see like it wearing on one panel but not the other, like between the body seams, then more than likely they found a replacement that matched the car or come close to matching the car, like it looks really close, where you can't tell, and more likely it was probably in a worse accident than it. Just be wary of that kind of stuff when buying cars off of people that you don't know, especially car salesmen. Okay, so we found a lot of problems with the engine. I'm going to go ahead and start removing things. Yeah, there was some bad ignition coils, and some bad spark plugs. We're going to go ahead and replace them, as well as the fuel rails needed to be replaced. So go ahead and do that. Take off this cover. And this, I believe the cam, I already done this job already, so I know where the cam's at, but I believe it's on this side. We're unscrewing a little bit faster. Okay, yep, there it is. Alright. So then we gotta do this side as well. We do gotta remember too to drain the oil, because we gotta take off the timing cover, and more than likely there's gonna be oil in there. Behind the timing cover. I guess unless it's a timing belt, you may not have oil in there, unless you got like a leaky timing cover. But yeah, a lot of the time there's going to be oil behind it. At least in my experience. But you also got to remember too, when I talk about working on cars and stuff, all my experience comes from the older generation of vehicles. like very early 2000s, like 2005. I have worked on a 2010 before, but and way before that. Alright, let's go ahead and raise this up. I believe they want us to change the oil anyway, so that was too fast for the game. Lifter A, there's equipment. Alright, move equipment back. And where's the oil filter? There it is. Let's go ahead and remove that. So we're going to get the car running and driving first, before we take a look at anything else. Okay. So now, I don't know I don't know if this type of V8 engine would have this many freaking serpentine belts. That is rather crazy to me. But if it did have 2 serpentine belts and ran along all these freaking pulleys and craziness like that, it would have a tensioner there, not just another idler pulley. And again, that tensioner's not bad, so we would not be taking it off. Yeah, we gotta remove all of these. There's so many on this engine. I mean, there might be an engine out there like this, and maybe I just don't know about it. But yeah, even if it did have this many pulleys, I would expect it to have 1 serpentine belt, not 2. It would just be really long. But this is rather nuts. And it's possible, though. I'm sure they exist. Okay, I'll take off that. Oh, we gotta drain the coolant. Because we gotta, that's right, the water pump's right there. I don't know why I'm running around. I have my tools in my pocket, apparently. So yeah, we gotta drain all the coolant. Because we gotta take the water pump out so we can take the timing cover off. Which is a common thing that some cars do have, where you'd have to do that. So I'm gonna go ahead and remove the radiator as well, get it out of my way so I can see better. Since I had to do that. There goes the water pump. Now remove the harmonic balancer. The harmonic balancer's got to come off before that timing cover. There it is. So I'm going to remove both of these. We're going to replace them. Okay. Oh, this one's going to come off first apparently. So that. Did it say anything about cam gears? I don't think it did. Just the camshaft. So we just got to remove. We'll just remove that specific one then. I believe that was everything, right? There wasn't brake pads, ignition coils, oil filter, spark plugs, timing belts, parts not discovered. Hopefully we don't have to do a full rebuild on this. I don't remember doing a full rebuild on this. So. Also, we forgot to sell all our old crap. Whoops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One of those. We're gonna buy 2 of these because normally you would replace both. If one, like I said, if one's going bad, more than likely the other one's not very far to follow, and would not have to work on it again. Okay, part mount. Let's go ahead and get those timing belts back on. Oh. We put everything in our shopping list, we just didn't. Oh, rear bushings, get out of here. Also, rear sway bar, get out of here. 2 of those. Give me 1 of them. And give me 1 of them. Gotta remember to keep cleaning out the shopping list. My brain's all over the place. So, 8 of those. And 8 of those. I know, I'm probably spending way more money than I need to. But, hopefully it's alright. It's just, being a mechanic, I'm more principled to replace stuff that you would normally replace while doing other stuff. Working on other things that you need to replace. Like, if I've replaced this, I need to replace this too. That's just how that works. So I'm more inclined to spend the extra money, even though the customer's not going to appreciate it. In this game, they're not going to pay me for those parts, which is unfortunate. Pulley 1, pulley 2, pulley 3, pulley 4, pulley 5, water pump pulley, harmonic balancer, pulley 6, put that first belt on, and put on its tensioner, because you got to take the tensioners off in this game, though you don't need to. Put that second serpentine belt on, and this one doesn't have a tensioner because reasons. Alright, and then we'll put it back in the radiator, and the radiator fan housing fan, and radiator fans housing. Put this cover back on. It's just going to take forever, because the bolt's got to be 1,000,000 miles long, like in real life. Sometimes they just make bolts super long for no reason. Oh my gosh. Alright, now we'll go ahead and put our spark plugs in. I guess I could put the ignition coils right on top of them. Since we're putting in brand new, don't matter where these go. Jeez. These always take forever. Okay. And here we go with the long bolting. Bolt. Click. 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 Spark plug. Spark plug. Spark plug. Spark plug. Ignition coil. Ignition coil. Ignition coil. Ignition coil. You can tell how much fun I'm having. It's so slow. Maybe I should like speed hack the game or something. This game go a little faster. Nah, we're not gonna do that. Unfortunately. Well, I guess fortunately. Fill the coolant back up. Because we're done with the engine portion of this repair. Okay. Also need to fill the oil back up. Oh. Oil filter. Why did I put that back? I could have swore I put that back on when I was done. Not the good thing it's not allowing us to start that. Alright. Now we're good. Also this we gotta clear out our inventory again. I can't forget to do that. Okay. Obviously, the stuff I forget in the video game, I would never forget in real life. Just a video game, I can turn my brain off a little bit. Because 'tis a video game. I don't have to think for myself all 100% of the time. Okay. Alright, other tasks. Refill the washer fluid, fix body parts. Okay, brake pads, and parts not discovered. Alright. Part mount. Or no, part on mount. We want to fill the washer fluid. Like they requested us to. I would do this to all my customers as well. I would fill all their, top off all their fluids. Because I'm there. Okay. I believe that's everything we need to run, anyway. Let's close this, because we don't... yes, they did tell us about the brakes. The brakes needing repaired, but everything else was in pristine condition, which it obviously was not, but... We're going to go take it on the test track first. Just to make sure that there's not anything else wrong with the brakes. This is what I do in real life. I go, yep, the brakes might be bad, but we're going to test everything else too. Oh yeah, the brakes are terrible. Woo! Burning out, big boy. I'm having a good time. Oof. Oh, there goes that bumper. Woo. I would never do that with a customer car, by the way, either. I don't care how much of a hot rod it is, I'm not going to. It's not mine. I'm not going to treat it like shit. This is a video game, so I really don't care. Also, the smashing into stuff, the body parts don't get damaged. Okay. So, leaf springs, brake pads, the rubber bushings. Alright. So now we know we got some suspension damage, and that wasn't caused by us crashing. And, yeah, we know that, roughly the brakes aren't in the bestest of shapes. So, yeah, we'll go ahead and get our brakes. Oh, by the way, this is the other thing that annoys me too, the brakes. You do not take this brake cylinder out of the brake caliper. The cylinder does not come out. Well, it does, but you do not take it out unless you're rebuilding the caliper. I'm gonna have to take most of this suspension apart. It's almost looking like it, huh? Because it looks like that rubber bushing there is also bad. Yeah, it was bad. Okay, and I hadn't taken out any other rubber bushings, so that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 rubber bushings so far. Okay. And the reason I'm replacing them all up here is so that I don't have to remember where the not so damaged ones were, because you do have to put the brand new ones in that exact spot because the game remembers. And they're cheap enough that just buy all the ones you need, or just buy them all. Then you don't have to remember. If you got a bunch to replace, just don't worry about it. this one. And yeah, in real life you would have to take that bottom suspension arm, that bottom A-frame arm, whatever you want to call it. You would have to take that off, completely off the car, in order to change the bushings inside of it. Because again, they're pressed in, and you would have to take it off the car in order to get the old bearing or the old bushing out. Just because it always ends up being on there so damn long that you just have to. You have to torch it out basically in most cases. Oops. Also, this leaf spring control arm is looking pretty bad shape. We're gonna say we see a hairline crack in it, so we're gonna go ahead and replace it. I believe it's damaged anyway. Maybe it isn't. Let's check that in. Yep, okay. We saw hairline cracks, so we're gonna go ahead and replace it. Also, these aren't looking the greatest. Hey, we leveled up. Look at that. We're doing good. Oh, there we go. Place that. Also, I think that's the only other damaged one. So we'll leave the rest in here. Okay. I think we've discovered all the parts. No, we have not actually. We're still missing a few. Wait, is it wanting this replaced? Let's see. I don't think it would, but you never know. We'll just take the entire suspension apart. Let's see. Oops. Yeah, that's what it wanted. Okay, fair enough, I guess. That cover's pretty bad. I don't know if I would specifically replace that cover, unless this was damaged. Then I wouldn't mind thinking about it. There's just dust covers that can be bent, so as long as they're not causing any harm. Okay, now we should have replaced everything. Oh no, we still have not discovered everything. Because this was bad as well. Are there bad bearings? No? Or did I not discover all the bushings? No, I discovered all the bushings. I'm thinking that this might be the culprit, but I'm not quite 100% sure. Is there a bad bearing over here? No, but there is a bad wheel hub. Okay. Yep. There we are. That should have done it. Yep. Okay, so bang, 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 bang. How many rubber bushings do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I believe it's 1, 2, 3 of these. Both of those were damaged. And then there was one of these as well. We've already got all the rubber bushings, so that should be it. Okay. Part mount. Start with the front. Oh, wait. T. Let's buy parts first, of course. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, it's only 10. I don't know why I have 18 on there. 4 brake pads. Okay. Those. This. I'm gonna buy 2 of these because I don't remember which side is which. And this one. I think I remember, but they're 20 bucks a piece, so it's not like it's a big deal. I only took off 3, so we can put those all back where they are supposed to go. These bolts of spring caps are bad. And solid axle control arm. Okay. That should hopefully be everything. Oop. Where are the bolts? Right there. Yep, got all brand new rubber bushings in this one. Okay, wheel hub. We only had 1 bad wheel hub, so should be good there. And of course the bearing. Oh, we had 1 bad bearing. Oh, that's right. I never did buy. Wheel hub bearings. We'll just buy 2 of them. Because I don't remember which side had the one. Okay, and brand new brake pads. Yeah, see, this brake cylinder, unless you're rebuilding this caliper, you don't take the cylinder out. You just don't do it. No reason. It's just a waste of your time. Alright, 235/55s all the way across the board? Yep, okay. Just making sure. Some cars have have wider tires on the rear. And you can always check tire sizes via the inside of the driver door, usually, or the repair manual. Not the repair, the owner's manual. Can also give you tire sizes, liquid or fluids, vehicle fluid amounts, types of fluids, stuff like that. If you don't have an owner's manual, it's best to always get one. You can, I believe you can get generic ones for your vehicle. For that make, model, and year. Just buy them off the net. It's always good to have one though, so you can keep up with maintenance schedules, as well as you can, if you ever need something, you might be able to get it out of that book. Okay, good there. Now the rear. Let's put the rear together. And again, I would have this jacked up since I had to replace stuff on it. I'd have this have a jack underneath this so it holds it in place for me, so I can get everything bolted back together. Okay. Wheel hub, and then wheel axle, and then of course brake disc, brand new brake pads, and that, and brake caliper, and then tire. Then spring, of course, and the cap, and now this. Solid axle control arm. Okay, don't forget the leaf spring plate. Bottom there. And of course your bolts. Your U-bolts. Alright. And the wheel hub. Thing. And then this. And by the way, if you were to remove those, there's usually C-clips holding them in the spider gears inside this. You would take this cover off here. There'd be fluid in there, so watch out. The gear oil. Drain the gear oil, pull out the C-clips, and then you can drive out these shafts in a solid axle system, because there's going to be bearings holding them in, as well as don't forget the bolts. A lot of them are bolted in the back here, just in case the C-clips fail and the bearings don't hold it in place. Just doesn't allow it to float at all. So. There. Last little bit. Alright. I think we're done. We just need to replace the front bumper. We'll have to send this guy to a paint shop in order to get the bumper painted. Assemble mode. No. Disassemble mode. Give me that bumper. Okay. Inventory. Bam. Now we're gonna go T to the body shop because this is just a standard car. We're gonna buy a front bumper. Just $350. It's a very expensive plastic bumper. More likely it's plastic. Yep. I don't know why that bumper's at 5%. I mean, I think it'd be much better than that. And I mean, yeah, it is scratched up, but you can buff that. You can buff them scratches out. And it looked like it was just painted with primer. That's fine. Okay. We'll have to send him on his way. Finish order. Hey, we didn't forget anything either. We did level up during that mission, so another 5% discount. So now we have a 10% discount, which is really nice. Really nice to have that discount. As well as we're going to, before we take the next order, sell all our stuff. Yes, we're going to open the case. Okay, I'm going to go center right. Hey, we got money and XP, and we leveled again. Very nice. Flip the case. We're going to go center left. More XP, and a bonus case, hey! Now let's do the outer edges. Fire location, and some more bonus XP. Oh my gosh, we leveled again. Heck yes. Let's do it. I don't care about the barn locations right now. I don't have the money to do it anyway. Alright. So now we can be even faster at unscrewing stuff. And we have 2 points to spare, which we will save. Because we're going to go good judgment, even though we don't need this. I want the extra. I want 15% discount on parts. So, okay. Let's take the next order. All right. So we got a 2016 Ford Focus. Hey, don't ask me what happened to my car. I wanted to impress this one girl, as we all do. Been there, done that. And I think I might have crossed some big bushes, okay. Holes, okay, and stones. Were you playing Forza Horizon 4? The fucking breakable stone walls that would destroy a car in an instant, even though it is breakable. And I probably passed a cactus on the way, or perhaps even two. Were you... What? Okay, so you hit some big bushes. Some potholes, I'm going to assume. Stones. Rocks, essentially. And a cactus or two. Where were you at? In the desert? What the? I mean, I know it's deserty around here, but damn. Were you like, this is not an off-road car. This is a sports car. The RS. The Ford Focus RS. Is RS Rally Sport? I don't think so, but maybe it is. I don't think this is an all-wheel drive car at all. Please spare me the reprimand as to the purpose of this car. What is the purpose of your car? To have a car. What the hell are you talking about? While you're at it, check the fluid levels. Yeah, okay. With this amount of sand, I was quickly out of washer fluid. Yeah, there's probably sand everywhere. It's rough and it's coarse and it gets everywhere. It was worth it as is all I will say. I don't know about that, buddy. You're probably going to be paying a lot of money, just depending on how this car looks. Let me know how the repair goes. Fix body parts, other tasks. Okay. Let's see what we got. What do you got for us? Wow. Where's the front part of your car? Also, what happened to the rim? That's aluminum. Aluminum doesn't rust. Where's the tire? How did this even get here? I'm guessing tow truck. Yeah, how? Just why? Okay, real quickly before we even did. Jeez. People do with their cars, man. Young kids these days, am I right? Okay. We're going to buy the car wash. Because that thing is incredibly too dirty to work on right now, anyway. Move car to car wash. Okay. Let's clean this thing up, shall we? Not bad, not bad. Also, it's very laggy over here. This happened the last time I tried to record, too. It just, for some reason, seems to be really laggy over here. Alrighty. That looks good. Also, these body panels look like absolute hammered crap. Move car to garage entrance A. I don't know why I took garage entrance. I should have just moved it to the left. Move it to the left, please. There we go. Okay. Well, we all know the drill. Scanning time. Why is this so slow? What happened, game? Usually the beeps match the thing. Okay. Yeah, it's really slow for some reason. I don't know why. Compression tester. Okay, why is it so slow? Hold on. I'll be back with you shortly. I'm gonna try a reload. Alrighty, reload successful. Let's see how it does now. It's a lot better. I don't know why it slowed down to like very slow. Okay. Multimeter. Let's go. Click, click. Beep, beep. Click, click. Beep, beep. Click, click. Click, click. Boom. Beep. Beep, beep. Okay, alternator's bad. Well, I can see that, but we didn't know that. We're just going to pretend the rust stuff doesn't exist on this game. Or at least not really. Okay. Multimeter, tire tread tester. Again, only doing this because of experience. We're already level 10, so that's nice. And fuel pressure. That's the last one. Alright, we're all good there. Okay, have we discovered anything? We have. Obviously we need some rims, we need a tire. Not a whole lot, mostly body stuff. Coolant. So medium intercooler, alternator, radiator. Most of the stuff is missing. They're missing or whatever. Let's go mount. Let's go additional tools, drain tool. So we've got to drain the coolant because we got to change the radiator because the radiator's fucked. I'm gonna drain this as well. That's the power steering. Power steering's good. Brake fluid's good. Okay. Let's go ahead and get that radiator off of there now. Also, while we're at it, we're going to... Oh, I gotta take the belt off, of course. I'm just sitting there yanking. What the hell, man? Get that belt off of there. That saltnator off of here. While we're up here. I don't know if you gotta have the turbo off to take that off. I'm hoping not. Well, we shall see. Also, let's take this off. Take this off. And take this off. And this. Everything else looks okay? Okay. So I got a lot of lag going on. This is the weird thing, right? So I can't limit my frame rate if I want VSync. As soon as I change it, it doesn't allow VSync anymore. But now I have screen tearing. So I either have limited frame rate, which is 60, which is what it's supposed to be, or I have screen tearing. What would you guys prefer? For some reason, I can't have both, like on most other, like on 99% of other games. Whatever. All right, we'll take that off because we need to. We need to remove that anyway. Gotta remove that. Oh, by the way, the inner tie rods and sometimes the outer tie rods as well. You don't really change those most of the time, unless it's specific. Like the steering rack is still in really good condition. It's just the outer or the inner tie rod kind of got screwed up somehow. But yeah, most of the time you're not going to do that. If you're taking the whole steering rack out, you're taking out the steering rack with the outers and inner tie rods all in one go. As well as the card does need to be aligned. You do take that off, so be warned of that. Alright, we gotta use this equipment because we gotta take the oil pan off. I can see, we'll just say we can see that there's a major scrapes and there's holes, and or maybe there's a hole. And he's an a-hole. Put that back. Give me this oil pan. Alright, car status. Have we discovered everything? We have. Okay, good. Alright, inventory. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, and bang, and bang, and bang. Should be everything. Alright, parts shop. The only reason I didn't put the body parts on there is so they're not, because I can't buy them from here at the moment. Okay, so, oops. Radiator A. Okay, now we'll go over to the electronics shop. Buy the alternator. Alright, and then over to the body shop. RS. Let's go inventory. Okay, so we know what's missing, right? We're going to put the body parts on there, but we know all this other stuff that's missing. So the left mirror is missing, or not missing, but damaged. That fender was damaged. The windshield was damaged, and the hood was damaged. But we also know that looking at the car, the headlights are missing, because that comes with the bumper. The fender is missing, and that mirror is missing on that side. Okay. And the front bumper, of course. How do I? Oh, it's because it's trying to search. Alright, so front bumper. Oh, by the way, I also heard that wind. If you hear any wind in the background, I apologize for it. It's just, it's summertime, and I've got a ceiling fan going, so apologies, but I'm not turning it off. Hopefully you can deal. 2 hours in. Alright, both headlights and that fender, the passenger side fender, was missing. Also, we're going to need a license plate too, I believe. Over to the license plate shop. We're just going to buy standard. Okay. So now that we got all that, oh, we're also going to need, we're going to need to go over here, separate these. Alright, install. Okay, so we need one of those. Alright. We need 2 of those rims as well. So 1 of these and 2 of those. So let's go back over here. Go over to rims. Oh, don't forget the size. What's the size? 19 inch. Okay. 19 inch. That's a lot of money. Okay. And then go back over here, go to tire shop. You can click on it from your shopping list, and then what you do is you go 235, 35, R19. But remember the R19 first, and then the 235, 35. That's just how it's written out when you look at tire sizes, and I'll show you why. This is a little hot tip. So put in the amount of tires you need, and then put in the, this is the rim size, so size 19, and then put in your width and your profile, because if you do these 2 first and then this, it'll change these, which is annoying, but that's just how it is. So 235, 35, R19, and we only need 1, so there we go. Install, bang bang. And if you want to know my thoughts on how how these tire machines work, you can go ahead and look at my previous Car Mechanic Sim game, or my previous Car Mechanic Sim video last Sunday. It's in the new Sunday Driver playlist, so you can go ahead and look at that. I will talk about balancing this time though. So yep, balance your tire. And unfortunately, there's not a mini game when you're actually balancing tires. These type of tires, you don't want to put normal weights on there. You want to put these, that screen tearing is annoying. You want to put these sticky weights right here. Put those on there first. Or put those on there. And your machine will tell you exactly what weight you need to be. But if you are putting the older weights on, the ones on the inner rim and the outer rim, the inner part of the rim and the outer part of the rim, only use 1 weight per side. Don't be like some mechanics that put it like 2 or 3 trying to balance the tire, because they're terrible at balancing tires. If you can't balance it 1 on each end, or 1 on each side of the rim, the width of the rim, 1 on each side of the width of the rim, than have somebody else do it. Just because you want to balance it with one weight per side, or if you're using the sticky weights, you're going to be balancing in the center, so you're only going to use one set of sticky weights, not multiples. Okay, so I believe we have all the parts. Let's put that exhaust section in. Oh, come on, mouse. There we go. Put the oil pan on. Sorry about the screen tearing, but for some reason I can only have one or the other, and I would rather have a smoother game than have it with tearing than have a game that's bouncing up and down in frame rate. The reason is because I'm one of those stupid scrubs that loves to use a flat screen TV for my monitor rather than a actual computer monitor. And this TV I'm trying to think. Hold on. Let's not do that. This side needs the not so perfect tire on this side because the other side was missing both. So we need to make sure we get that right. Yeah, and this TV can only do 60 frames a second. This max. So when the game starts doing more frames a second, it's weird. Also, we don't have that on our shopping list, so. Okay, we were missing that completely. So go ahead and mount that. I think that's everything on the bottom, isn't it? That we were missing down here. Okay. Also like how that intercooler's just floating there. It's hanging by the invisible hoses, we'll say that. Let's get that new alternator on there. The other one was destroyed. Serpentine belt on, the non-tensioner tensioner serpentine belt pulley. The radiator, of course. And the brand new radiator. And then fans. Where we at? Okay. Should be good there. Alright, so now we want to go into unmount mode. Over here to washer fluid. Fill up the washer fluid. Because that's the most important. Oh, come on, mouse. Stop it. Fill that up. Okay. Fill up the little coolant reservoir. This car would be orange Dexcool, by the way. It'd be an orange coolant, not a blue, or not a green. Green coolants were the old 50/50. They were the old coolants that are for older engines. Don't put green in your car. Even if it says it's universal, do not put universal coolant in your car. Always go with the manufactured coolant, the manufacturer coolant. So if your car runs Dexcool, you put Dexcool in that car. Otherwise, you could ruin it. You could cause severe damage to the inside of the engine where all the coolant runs. It'll start eating away at the metals. Slowly over time, of course, but yeah. Right, that should be all the fluids. Did we add oil? I think we did. I got lost and thought, yep, we did add oil. Okay. And always check the dipstick while you're putting oil in your car. Check it every quart or so, unless you're familiar with it and you know exactly how much goes in there. Okay, we'll put that on there. Put that on there. That on there. And again, we'll have to send this guy to a body shop in in order to paint it. Just send them down the street. Alright, car status. Finish order. Hooray! We done it. We did it, gang. Oh, we have 2 points, okay. Let's take the next order, shall we? Oh, wait. Inventory. Sell parts, sell all parts. Open up the case. And we'll do the 2, like, left and right and middle. So we'll do that one, and that one. Oh, we got a bonus case, sweet. Now we'll do middle right. And a bonus case, okay, we'll do middle left. I love when you get bonus case after bonus case, that's fun. Okay. Now this stuff is useless to me right now, but it's okay to have. Alrighty. Let's take the next order. Okay, Nissan Skyline. Hey, here's Johnny. Hey, it's me, Johnny. Johnny Johnson, remember? No. It sounds like a fake name. I visited you soon after you opened your repair shop. I see that business is good. Good. Yeah, it's doing pretty well. I hope I can take partial credit for that. Why? You're not here working with me. You didn't invest in my business. I mean, I guess you did, like, give me a car to work on, I guess, possibly. That's the only thing I can think of. I was very satisfied with how quickly you work, and I thought you could use some advertising. Okay. Okay, going back to business. I have a terrible case here for you today. I snapped it up, cheap from some kid. Okay. He was really aware, or he wasn't really aware of what he was driving and how much it was worth. It's a bit of a dickish move, but hey, I mean, the kid doesn't really care. But his lack of interest in the car is pretty obvious. Okay, yeah. So he probably just didn't care. He's just like, it's like, hey, do you have any idea how much this car is actually worth? He's like, no, and I don't care. It's like, all right, I'll buy it from you for what you want. Please take care of the bodywork and the interior. The car definitely needs it. While you're at it, check the clutch and suspension elements. I have doubts about them. I do what you have to, but don't go overboard. It's supposed to work and look acceptable, but I don't want to go broke. I still want to make some money from it. Hope we're clear on that. See you. Okay, you don't want to go broke. That's fine. I believe this is where I made a mistake last time, right? This is on Nissan Skyline, inline 6. I don't believe this one was turboed, so it's not the greatest. It's not a turboed version. It's just a normal, everyday version. Nissan Skyline. You're just your everyday version. I hate that screen tear. I can't do anything about it. If I turn on VSync to get rid of the screen tear, then the frame rate's not limited. And then end up having lag spikes, which is annoying. What if I go full screen? Will it let me limit the frame rate? Why can't I have both of these? That makes no sense. Makes no sense why I can't have limited frame rate and VSync at the same time. Ultra. Save. Limit frame rate. Okay. Now what happens if I put it onto custom? So annoying. Also, motion blur. I need to turn that off. I'll get sick if I don't. Yeah, we can have everything else on. The Viginet. Do I have a Viginet? Oh, I do. Kind of. It's like very edged. Like the very edge of the screen. Don't bother me, then. Okay. Let's do the... Oh, this car ain't gonna start, is it? It needs a... Did this car need a full rebuild? I can't remember. There's only 2 pages of stuff, so... Maybe not? Let's see. Oh. Put the reader on it. Okay, a lot of bad stuff there. Yep, the engine cannot be started. I wonder why. Is it... Let's see, does it have any power whatsoever? Oh, there's no oil in the engine. Oh, that's right. Even though this one has oil in the engine, it doesn't. I remember now. Alright, let's move this car to the car wash. Do you want to wash this car? Yes. What if I can do both? Nope. Okay. So am I washing with a bucket of oil? Look at that. Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not the greatest in the world. Right, move car. Right left tray. We're only gonna do what's required of us, by the way. Oh my gosh, did you see that, like, blur as it came up? Settings. Resync, limited frame rate. We have to have that on. Which is annoying in and of itself. There's a lot of bad parts here, but I don't see anything. Let's, did we test the battery? Let's just take the battery out and see if it's the battery. Yeah, the battery's bad. Okay. What about, we can't check the ignition coils without taking this off, it looks like. Come on. Get this off of there. And then this. Stupid mouse, come on. Oh, it's broken. There we go. But I can't take that off. Can I take this off? Can I take this top cover? Nope. So we gotta take the fuel rail out more than likely. Okay, now we can take that out. Yes. It's pretty crappy, you have to take off the intake. I'm just waving my mouse wildly. Where's the rest of the bolts? Ah, there was a... Oh, there's another one. Okay. Now we can take this off. Okay. Yeah, there's some bad ignition coils. So yeah, I'm kind of going into this blind. And if my mouse would cooperate. Just a lonely old inline six. Nothing too terrible. I'm gonna take this off too. This cover looks pretty bad, pretty bad shape. Oh, and look at that cam. That cam looks bad. So, yep, it's been sitting a while. So we're gonna take off this front fan. I actually had a Toyota pickup that had one of these fans as well. And that serpentine belt looks like crap. And so does that. Alright, we're gonna have to drain our coolant. We'll just drain all the fluids, I think. Just in case we gotta take off anything else. We're gonna have to drain the oil too, I think. Wish I had one of these when working on cars so I can drain fluids nice and easily. Normally it's just stick a rag in it or something. Soak it up. No, I just take off the reservoir and drain it that way. Also, equipment. There we go. Drain the oil. Give me that oil. Also, while we're down here, back. We're gonna drain we're gonna take the old oil filter off of here. The starter looks in good condition, possibly works. I want to get the engine running first. Get this car running and driving before we try to work on anything else. But I need to get at that, I don't know why I took that pulley off, whatever. I need to get at this cam, so. Stupid fly. Get out of here. Tried to go up my nose. Okay. And this cover. There. The timing belt don't look too bad. At least it's a little worn, but nothing serious. But yeah, we had to take that cam gear off in order to be able to pull this cam out of here. And normally I would take off this other cover and check the other cam, but for the sake of time, and because it's a video game, I can tell that it's fine. Just gotta take off all these little caps. And then that, okay. And that's the cam that runs the exhaust. Because the exhaust, this is the exhaust here. These are all the exhaust valves. So this one's running a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this one's running a 24, inline 6 24 valve. Looks like inline 6 24 valve. The reason I say 24 valve is because there's 12 valves here, and these are all exhaust valves. All the intake valves are on this side, and since there's 12 here, there's reason to believe that it's also running 2 valves for the intakes. For all 6 cylinders on the intake side, so 12 plus 12, 24. Okay, that should be everything I would think for that. We weren't missing anything obvious, right? Belt tensioner, ignition coils, intake manifold, radiator fan, serpentine belt spark plugs, throttle. Throttle's bad. Okay. Inventory. Add that to the list. That, and that. And that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The cover, this, and this, and this. Okay, we're going to our tablet side. Buy one of those. Buy one of those. It should have an oil filter for the inline 6, but whatever. Power steering pump. Serpentine belt. Serpentine belt tensioner. Radiator fan. Head cover. Or valve cover. Cam cover. Whatever you want to call it. Spark plugs. That's on the other store. Buy that. Buy that. Batteries on the other one. Ignition coils are on the other one. Okay. And then the ignition coil covers. Or cover, I should say. Alright, back to the electronics shop. Spark plugs. 6. I'll replace the entire set. Same with the ignition coils. And a battery. Also, before I forget, because last time I think I did forget, let's go over here. Battery charger. Charge battery. Oops. Shouldn't be able to charge a fully brand new battery, but that'll put the battery up to 100%, and then I can sell that and whatnot. Okay. Part mount. Just gonna put a brand new battery in here. Okay. Let's put the spark plugs in. I mean, why not? And the ignition coils, sure. There's 2. There's 3. This always takes forever. This type of stuff. I don't want to really cut out content until we get really far into the game. At least until we get past the story mission stuff. The story missions are always fun to work on. Plus, you guys get to see the solutions to it, in case you're struggling with it yourself, or somebody's looking at this for this one for guidance. Don't follow me. I'm not good at this game. I'm just a lonely car mechanic. Put the caps on. So many. Jeez, there's so damn many of these. Okay, and then yeah, we'll just put the cover on there. Alrighty. Can't wait until that's like maxed out speed. So this stuff will be going much faster. Just right now it's pretty darn boring. Alright, so the way these covers would be designed is this bottom cover first. Get that bolted in. Then it would be the center cover. No, not that one. The center cover, I said. Then we're just going to leave the top cover off for the moment. Let's get this bottom end tied in. And a little pulley up here. And why is everything like lagging? Bad. Like the animations and stuff. I don't understand why it's doing that. This game was running just fine like an hour ago. it's trying to do. Or why it's being so slow. Okay. Do we just got a weird setting on? Maybe it's anti-aliasing. Let's go FXAA. Maybe that's why it's being so weird. Let's see. Okay. And then fuel rail. Fuel rail was still good. And then the throttle body, of course. There we go. Alright, car status. Other than the oil filter and the undiscovered parts, I believe we're fine. I don't remember what the undiscovered parts were. Oh, there's a couple on the back I can see there, but we don't know that yet. Let's go ahead and raise her up. Raise up, fool. Jeez. Okay. Part mount. Brand new oil filter. Alright, and then go back down. Alright, now let's fill up all the fluids. Same with the coolant. I'm running out of things to talk about, I apologize. Just this game. This game really takes that out of you sometimes. It's because of how long it is. The music in the background would have been fine if YouTube didn't copyright freaking what was it, like 5 minutes of my 6-hour long video, and then copyright another 5 minutes of my 2-hour long video. It's because of a bit of music copyrights the YouTube's the no fun police. I could understand if the I could understand if the copyrighted material took up half or most of the video. I could understand that, but a little bit disappointed that it takes up all that, or the entire video can't be monetized, even though I'm not part of the program. But even if I was, I wouldn't have been able to monetize that video because of a 5-minute long segment was copyrighted out of 6 hours. I'd be incredibly annoyed. Oh, we didn't put, come on, exit. There we go. Just because of a 5-minute section, they decided to, all that music that was playing from the game and one song was copyrighted out of that entire section. Which is, you know, what makes it super annoying. I get the copyright law and all that, but I think copyright law gets taken too far sometimes. Anyway, loud card. Oof. Oh, body panels are destroyed anyway. That little inline 6 is pretty loud, huh? Come on, game, load. Okay, so rear drive axles and some wheel hub bearings. Is that everything, though? On the parts, not the body, but the vehicle's, like, mechanical parts. Drive axle, wheel hub bearing, wheel hub bearing. Okay. That's everything there, then. Hub. Caps lock is stuck on. Oops. So 2 wheel hub bearings and what was it? What are they called? Rear drive axles. Okay. So we'll just type in rear. 2 rear drive axles, just 2 normal ones. Okay, because this is an independent rear suspension, so it's going to have 2 rear drive axles, as just like the front wheel drive cars. Right, and then the wheel hubs might be also these rear ones as well. Take out the tires first in order to even find out. So much faster. We are increasing speed like crazy. Yep, wheel hub bearing in there. And just like when I was talking about the front ones, these ones would also come off. Probably releasing seat clips in here, taking these shafts out. In order to take that shaft out, you would probably have to take off all these linkages, disconnect it all, and then then you could remove the shaft, and then this whole thing would be, and then you'd press that bearing out. All this would come apart. All right, car status. Yep, inventory. Oh, we already got. I haven't replaced the parts yet. I already bought the brand new parts. Put that back in there. Brand new that. And brand new that. Yeah, at this point in the game, I had bought the paint shop because I thought I needed it for this mission. So I was at $473 at this point, right? Alright, car status. Okay, now it's just the body parts. So then what I had to do is I had to put this car aside because the paint shop is 10 grand. I believe. Is it 10 or 15 grand? Paint shop. It's 15,000. Yeah, I was pretty low on money. I wasn't able to finish this job right away. Had to go and find other jobs. Assemble mode. So that. I'm hitting X, by the way, and that's adding the parts to my shopping list. The ones I need to buy. Okay. So T. I don't know why battery's still in there. Okay, back here, bodywork. Nissan Skyline. The hood. This is just a normal one. Headlight. Fender. And taillight. I think I removed one by accident that I needed. Oh well. Oop. Assemble mode. Start getting we'll have to send this guy to a paint shop as well. Oh, bumper. Because I believe he just wants the body parts that are missing. I don't think he wants the ones that are broken. I don't remember though. We'll have to see. Oh, also, need to go to the license plate shop. Type in STA without the caps lock. Buy a standard license plate. Mount that. I learned recently as well, you don't have to remember what the numbers are for the license plates. Just buy a standard license plate and put it on there, and it'll DGR4. That one's a little bit different, but it'll just put random numbers on there. Assemble mode. Okay, car status. So left door, left window. Okay, so yeah, it does want the body panels replaced. All the bad ones. No, normal mode. It doesn't, even though he talked about the interior, he doesn't actually want the interior replaced. So we're not going to worry about it. Okay. Oh, and then the trunk as well, of course. Give me that trunk. Give me that taillight. And give me that bumper. Okay, that inventory. So car status. So he wants the left door in the window, the right door in the window, the right fender. So the left fender was fine. The windows, the side mirror, the bumper, the rear window, mirror, the other side mirror, the tail light, and the trunk, and the windshield. Okay. So all the windows. This door, this bumper, this tail light, the rear bumper, both wing mirrors. Oh, this is by arrival, so should be good. Did I get everything? We'll just go through our list. This is going to cost a lot of money. You can see why I was so low on money by buying a paint shop, like an idiot. So yeah, don't buy the paint shop unless you can afford it. Okay. Assemble mode. Yeah, he doesn't want that door replaced. That door's fine. Oh wait, no, did I? No, I bought the paint shop next mission because the next mission said it needed it. But I had bought the welder. That's right. I had spent an extra grand, an extra 1,500 or something like that, thinking that I might need it. Oh, I might have. Oops. Did I not buy a rear bumper? Dang it, game. Oops. Come on. There we go. I think he wants a new, another license plate as well. No, he doesn't want a new one. Okay. The license plate back on. That's fine. Got a new door. New window. Got a mirror. New windshield. And what body part am I missing? Oh, he wanted the right door and the right fender, even though I didn't think he needed it. Okay, he wanted these anyway. Alright. So that was this door and this fender. Alright, assemble mode. So he wanted these anyway. Which is fine. Okay. Now, finish order. There we are! Hooray! And we leveled. Randomly spend our points on that. Okay, so next level we should be able to get this and go even faster. Which would be nice, because right now we're double the speed. Okay, back. Whatever. Shopping list is clear. Inventory. Sell all parts. We're at 23 grand. Let's go ahead and open the case. Accept. Okay, let's start with the outer ones. Oh, bonus case. Very nice. Yep, now we'll do left and right of center. And some more XP. Very nice. So, at this point, I think I was working on the Sunday episodes, and we've only done 3 hours and we've leveled up this much. All these barn finds, man. All these barn finds. Okay. So yeah, I think I had bought the paint shop at this point, which is 15 grand. And you need, yeah, the BMW 3 Series E46 M3. So yeah, this one's, I remember this one. I believe we had finished this one by the end of the episode, because we had to do some other jobs in order to get that. Alright. Hey, hi. So, yeah, okay, come on. I borrowed the car from my dad. He kind of doesn't know about it because he's on a business trip. And you see, it happened that I was driving home at night and pause. Dramatic pause. Something jumped out in front of my car. I was driving very slowly. I really was. I didn't manage to brake, and you can see the results of that in front of you. The car was thrown around a bit, but it can't be that bad, can it? Please do what you have to do to cover up the tracks. My father will hate me if he realizes that I messed around with his gem. It's his beloved car. Please make it quick. Yeah, if you get to this point, do not buy the body shop, by the way, or the paint shop. You will not be able to afford that, plus doing all the repairs and stuff on this car. Move car wash. Let's see. Oh my gosh, this car is pretty bad. Let's go ahead and wash it. Get all the... Oh my gosh. I would like to see more bent up body parts, by the way. Like, more deformed and things. Like, how did these... He must have hit something so hard he turned the car blue. What the hell? Turned all the body parts blue. Like, what? How does that even happen? Alright, move car to car lift array. Okay. So now we're going to do the old classic. Test all the parts. Get all the experience we can. Testing a lot of stuff. Okay, that all looks good. Compression tester. Alright, everything looks good there. Voltmeter. Hey, click, boom. The boom meter. Go. Meep meep. This animation's way too long in my opinion. It's just, And instead of testing out all the parts individually, they should just test them all at once, because the game already knows what they are, what percentage they're at, so... some of these animations, though, are just way too long. 73, 75, 70, and 3. Tore the damn tire off the car. And then a fuel pressure tester. Okay, not bad, not bad. Alright. Can this car start? Let's take it out for a drive, shall we? Test track. Oh, the engine cannot be started. Okay. I think this one was also, there was no oil in the car, even though there was oil in the car. Oh my gosh. Stop lagging. Okay. So if I checked the dipstick last time as well. Yeah, and see there's oil in the car. But if you like move this car out to garage entrance A. There is no oil in the engine. You cannot perform this section. But I just I don't understand. I just checked the dipstick. There's clearly oil in this engine. And I think the solution was the oil pan was broken or something. Was it this one, the oil pan? It had a bad oil pan. So the game was thinking that it didn't have any oil because it had a broken oil pan. No. Oh no, it was the oil filter. Because it had a bad oil filter, it was thinking it didn't have any oil in it. Alright. Let's drain the oil. Look at that. Look at all that oil. How's there not oil in there? I don't get it. The other one I think was an oil pan. That other mission. I just want to make the car drive so I can test out the suspension and get tons of XP for it. Okay. Come on. Why is my mouse not behaving today? Okay. Now can we drive the car, please? Coolant missing. Check the reservoirs before driving the car. There isn't, I mean, it's low, but it isn't missing. Okay. You are annoying me. I mean, I get it, it's low, but it doesn't... The car would be fine. Okay, now it is full. Now can we drive, please? The wheels are not applied, I may drive, whatever, I don't really don't care. Let me drive! Okay, let me drive. Oh yeah, BMW, let's go. Oh, it doesn't have power. It's very low on power. car's already been wrecked, so who gives a crap? Just kidding. Alright, come on. I don't know why my game likes to lag, though. Just loves to lag. Okay, brake pads, blah blah blah. I think it's all on that back right corner. Alright, car status. Spray it factory color. This is why I was just like, yeah, it says you need the refill washer fluid. Yeah, we can do that too. We'll do that real quick. Get that task completed. It's mostly body parts and then that back part of the suspension, I believe. The drive tires, there's some parts not discovered, but I don't think there's anything part of the engine specifically. Spray factory color, okay. Yeah, I believe it's just this rear here. Oh, come on. So it's a blown tire and probably a broken rim. Okay, that. What do we? Oh, the bearing. That's right. Stupid bearing. Now we can take the wheel hub off. That one had 4. Take this out. This one has a lot of linkages and stuff. I would suspect that a lot of bearings or not bearings, but a lot of bushings are dead in the water. Plus, the knuckle is probably completely bent to crap. So we got to take off everything anyway. Take that off. We gotta take this off. There we are. And then this one. Oh, this one still has this attached to it. And that the other bottom link. So many linkages for one bit of suspension. So it's gotta be so complicated. Oh yeah, by the way, don't forget to remove this this bushing right here for this to get this out. Oh, that's right. This is also attached to that. But yeah, if you're ever having trouble removing this and there's nothing attached to it, just don't forget about that. Okay. I think we discovered everything. Yeah, looks like it. Alright. Inventory. Bang. Shock absorber's fine. Any bad rubber bushings? Yes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Or no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 3. Wasn't it like 4 and 4? I don't remember last time. I think it was like 4 and 4 though. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, because I miscounted. That's right. So bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. Okay, and we'll just take care of that, then we'll take care of the tire later. Okay, we don't need that. So 4 of these. Again, replacing these because I don't remember where they came from. I don't know exactly where they came from in the first place. So, and they're cheap, so might as well just replace them. I think most of the time, if you buy this stuff new, the rubber bushings come with it. I think in most cases. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure you get the rubber bushings already in it when you buy brand new. Almost got everything. So many parts. Yeah, he must have like smacked a pole or something and tore the whole damn rear of the car. And just screwed everything up. Alright. Part mount. Okay, come on. Rubber bushing. Rubber bushing. The rear knuckle. I'm going to start with this thing here. Always put in your shock absorbers last if you're doing suspension work, major suspension work. Because the shock absorbers are meant to go in when everything else is together. It's just how they're built. Bang, bang, bang. Okay. Then I'm going to just get all my linkages put together. Okay, that one. And then that one. Then, get my spring stuff together. Might as well. Okay, and then this sway bar linkage. Put my shock absorber back in because everything else is together. And then we'll go ahead and put this cover back on. This would all be pressed together, going back on the car. Looks like the bearing was good anyway. First brakes. Can't forget about the brakes. Alright, and then we don't have the tires, so car says race tire and rim. Yep. So we got everything else fixed. We just need those two. And if you want to add them to your list, just separate them first. Which both of them are pretty bad, so. Take inventory, then see, yep, you got them in your inventory, so bang, bang. And then we'll go to the rim shop. I said rim shop, not body shop. We're not going there yet. So it's the rim 18A, and I believe it's an 18 as well. You'd always check. Rim 18A, 18, yep, okay. We just need one of those. 18. And then we'll delete that. And then tire shop. Click on race tire. And then 235, 35, 18. Put in our rim size first. 235, 5. Oh, yep, we got that one. Okay. Then we're going to install brand new stuff. Take, and then balance, of course. And then again, it's like don't forget to balance and then take. Watch all the fucking lag in the world. Assemble mode. Oops. Normal mode. Now it's not part mount. Okay. And that one, car status, so that's all taken care of. Now it's just the body stuff. I believe it's all the blue. is all it wanted. Car status. Bumper. Yeah, I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 parts. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. It was all the blue stuff, if I remember right. And that's all it wanted, was just those specific body parts to be replaced. Which I'm fine with. Oh, and we need to go. This is also why it costed so much. It's because we gotta go to the body tuning shop for this car. So that one. Okay, not that one. Not that one. That one. And that one. And then we go back, body. Now we'll buy the fenders. The fenders are stock. There we go. Okay, then we go assemble mode. Go bam, bam, bam. Wait. Assemble mode. Yeah, it didn't give me the new one there for some reason. I was just like, wait a minute. Oh, that one's already in. Duh. Okay, that one. That one. That one. And then I think that's it. Yep. Then, yep, just spray it factory paint. Okay, now we'll buy the paint shop because we can afford to. Last time, I don't know why I couldn't afford to. I cannot remember why. Oh, it's because I never opened those boxes, I bet. And probably because I had the welder. That's it right there. That's why, because the welder's $5,000 and I had the welder already. So yep, paint shop. We'll go ahead and buy that. And yeah, I'd have $125, which it costs, I believe, $1,000 to paint. So move to the new paint shop. And paint car. Also, I'm gonna go ahead and save right here. Because I want to test something. So I'll go ahead and save game. Okay. Paint car. The current. I want to paint it the current color and see what happens. So, because it costs $1,000 to paint, I don't want to be wasting money at this point. This point in time. All right. Car status. Okay. So yeah. Which is annoying. Why you wouldn't paint it the color that it came in with this type of story order. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna go return to main menu, and I'm gonna go ahead and reload, and then we're gonna go ahead and whatchamacallit. I'm gonna go ahead and reload and respray it the factory color, which is stupid, extremely stupid, and it be the whatever. There's no reason for it, in my opinion. So yeah, we're back up to $5,000. So yep, factory color. So if it says factory color or factory paint, it means this. It specifically means this, the factory color. So I wouldn't recommend changing anything else. All right. See, now it's happy. Finish order. Now we're back up to 13 grand. Just very, very nice. See, that's where we ended last episode. It took us 6 hours to get to that point. Last time. But this time, because what had happened was we ran out of money and couldn't afford to continue with the story mission, so we had to do a bunch of extras in order to claw our way back. It was kind of a pain. Okay, so we did level up. I'm gonna go ahead and buy this discount now. That way we can save even more money. Right, and then sell everything. $204. Let's go ahead and open the case. What did we get? Let's just do the 2 outer ones. A bunch of bonus XP and $500 credit. Very nice. Very, very nice. Now we're back up to 14 grand. Or we're up to 14 grand. Actually not doing too bad. Alright, next story order. Oops, I forgot to read it. Oh well. Okay. Yep, and this is where we ended with this van. This is where we ended the last one. So, I'm gonna have to remake the thumbnails as well, which sucks. Oh, and this one I had to rebuild. Oh, I remember now. I had to rebuild this engine. On the Saturday Mega episode, I had to rebuild this entire engine. I had to, because the engine cannot be started. Sorry, that's a bit of a spoiler, but... Hi. My sister recommended your workshop. Truth be told, when I learned of the location, I can't believe that there was anything standing here at all. And yet here you are, a great garage. Back to the car. It's not a car, it's a van. I'm coming with my truck. It's not a truck, it's a van. I use it every day at work. It's a bit worn out, but it's not missing anything apart from the engine's crackling and drops of power. I don't see any problems, but maybe it's a matter of habit. Please take a closer look at the suspension. The car is often carrying some loads. Do the routine checkup and make it usable for a few more years. Thanks. Yeah, sure, buddy. We'll do that. But yeah, I remembered. This van needs a complete rebuild. This engine, it is absolutely screwed. Oh, it's too old for a port, of course. Forgot about that. Yeah, see, the engine cannot be started. We'll do a multimeter test. Get some bonus XP. Why not? Look at all the stuff we're testing. Crazy. But yeah, I remember this engine. The entire thing needs to be redone. So starter and alternator are bad. Tread tester. We're doing just all the routine checkups, just like you would do at a doctor's office. Alrighty. Yeah, and then yeah, it can't be started. So drain oil, change all the fluids. Okay. Drain tool. So we'll drain all the fluids. We're gonna have to anyway. I don't think it said power steering, but we're gonna do it anyways, just because. Okay. A lot of crackling and popping, loss of power, loss of power. Yeah, and since I know this engine so well, I know this engine like the back of my hand. This engine is amazing. An amazing V8. By the way, this is a GMC. Yeah, I forget. I know it's a GMC though. Yep, GMC Vendura van. basically the 18-bit. You can actually paint it like that too, which is hilarious. We drained all the fluids there, so now we just go up. And let's go ahead and move equipment. Oop, too fast. That fan is loud. Oh, no, we don't want to put it back. I want to use it. Drain all the oil out because we're going to do an oil change. And let's just say, for one moment, let's just say that we went to do an oil change. We started draining the fluid and noticed that there was a ton of metal and crap just coming out of that drain plug. And the engine outside looks fairly nice, but just a ton of crap. Because if you look at this, 8 pages of parts not discovered. That's a lot, huh? Yep. Yepperoonies. Okay, so, yep, just settle in for the long haul because we're going to be here a while. And yeah, we'll just say a ton of metal and stuff was coming out of the drain plug, like flakes, scraps of metal, just all kinds of crap. And I'm surprised this engine was even running, as we all say of mechanics. Let's go ahead and pull out the radiator. Let's pull everything that would be in the way out of the way. Yep, all these reservoirs. Okay. Yep, so let's do an engine teardown. Here we go. Are you guys ready? Because we're doing it. Straight up engine teardown. And I'm going to explain how I do this engine as I go along. First off, yep, I would plug up these holes for this. I might take this off too, because I have to do this in the vehicle anyway. So yeah, I'll just take off the carburetor, and I'd plug these 2 holes here for now, because we got other stuff to take off first. So yep, I'd plug those 2 holes with some shop towels, rags, whatever I could, just to keep dirt from falling in there. We already got to do cleaning. Let's not make it even worse. We'll take off the fuel filter, because why not? Alright, let's get this distributor out of here. Oh, right. Gotta take off the spark plug wires first. Now we can take off the clips for some reason. Now, if I was doing that in real life, I would have just disconnected all the spark plug wires, just left them attached to the cap, and then just took the cap clear out of the motor. Or took not the cap, but the entire distributor clear out. Yeah, you do not have to take these clips off and take this cap off in order to remove the distributor. Now, it's advisable that you take the cap off so you can see which way this is pointing, but we're going to do a full rebuild, so it's not going to matter. And you do not have to take this off in order to take this out. That's just something you do not have to do. I know this engine very specifically. Like I said, if you want to set up an email chain, just let me know down in the comments. I wouldn't mind helping you out with the redo parts on this engine. Okay, so now that we got the fan off, I wanted to talk about this engine a little bit more. So I believe this is the power steering, isn't it? This is the power steering pump. This power steering pump on this engine is actually located where this pulley is. That's where the power steering pump is. It's actually located on this side at the low down point, and the reservoir is part of the power steering pump. It's all one piece, and it sits where this pulley specifically is at. So that's where the power steering pump on this engine is located, on this V8, this specific V8. Now, depending on the year, the alternator could either be on this side or this side. Since this is as old as it is, it's going to be on this side, and there's going to be AC compressor, an air conditioning compressor, AC compressor on this side. That's located in this bracket. And then, yeah, the alternator's on this side. And then where this pulley is, right here, this idler pulley, there's actually, the tensioner is here on this old engine. The tensioner is actually here. And this pulley, I don't believe exists. Because it goes water pump, power steering, AC compressor, alternator, and then back down to the back down to here, back down to the harmonic balancer. There is no pulley here that I know of, anyway. Because we got the AC compressor, we got that, we got the power steering pump, and the water pump's here. You got the water pump, or at least correct, and the harmonic balancer, but the rest of it is incorrect on this engine specifically. Just saying, in case the devs are watching. I don't think they will be, but it'd be pretty nice if they were. Yeah, and I am describing the old Chevrolet 350 small block, or the 305, depending on the engine. But even the GMCs, they had that exact same engine, so it's fine. But yeah, this specific engine is like that. Also, they did not have tubular exhaust on these engines either. It was what's called a single, or a log, I guess. And that's where, and the exhaust would come down, and then would just come down, straight down, and then into one solid exhaust, and then it'd come out the back and go down. So into basically a log exhaust, into one solid pipe. They wouldn't have tubular like this. This would be on like if somebody had modified it to get the tubular exhaust on there. That's just how that is. So go ahead and take off our brackets, so we don't need them. Where's the bolts? Oh, there it is. Okay. Off our water pump. We'll go ahead and take off our harmonic balancer and our timing cover. Okay, that's fine there. Alright. Let's go ahead and take off our valve covers. Yeah, these bolts are pretty damn long, the ones that go through the middle. Oof. I'll just pull off both valve covers. I won't worry about the rest. Okay, so we know we need to go deeper because there is some damaged rockers. So, and you can visually see that most of the time. So we do need to go deeper. So let's go ahead and get those exhausts off, because we're more than likely going to need to take off the heads. And the exhaust is connected to the heads. So we'll take off that piece. This would probably be one solid piece here, going all the way down. And then we'll take off the drive line. I'm just going to ignore all that damaged suspension back there. Take off our starter. Let's go ahead and drop the transmission. There it is. Okay. And we'll go ahead and take off manual. This van, by the way, is automatic. They took the model from the interior of the automatic version of this van and they just put a manual transmission in it anyway. Which I think is hilarious. Okay. Now let's go ahead and drop her back down. Or go back down. And what I mean by that is, if you look inside there, right where my little dot is, right above my little dot, that right there, this is an automatic. There's park, reverse, neutral, drive, 2 in 1. It's a 2-speed automatic transmission, the 4L60, I believe. Probably manual. It would be a manual transmission, or manually running automatic with vacuum lines and such. I told you, I know a lot about this this engine. And then yeah, I would plug up these holes as well for now, because we don't know if we're needing to take the heads completely off. But we do know that we do need to do with the rockers, and there could be damage. And by the way, be aware of taking off this intake. You're going to get coolant into the oil, because these crossovers, this one, the rear one somewhere, and this one as well, is all coolant. Pretty obvious by this. This is a thermostat housing. The thermostat's inside here. Aha, there we go. And there's our rockers and our rockers and rods. And the lifters are also in here too, but they don't exist inside this game. So, and now the annoying part. Okay, so we know we got damaged rockers. So we're going to take these off, and I would have a wooden block inside here with holes drilled in it to fit these lifters. So you put the wooden block in here, put an arrow pointing towards the front of the motor, which is over on the side, and then drill 16 holes, 8 each side, and then put them exactly, the lifting rods. And once I get my vehicle project done, you'll actually see a picture of that, the block that I used, and how it was marked and all that. Yeah, you want these lifters, the lifting rods, the lifters, and the rockers to all go in exactly the same place if you're going to reuse them. So you drill holes for these rods to fit, 8 on each side, and then you could, once you pull them out, so I'd loosen up the rocker here. Come on. WD-40? Yeah, I'd loosen up this rocker, rotate it 90 degrees, and then slide the rod out. Put the rod in the hole, and then slide the rocker over the top of the lifter, or of the rod, lifting rod. And then I'd have a secondary block, wooden block with holes drilled in it for the lifters that fit the lifters inside there, so they also go in the same spot. My voice is starting to crack a little bit, or it's starting to wear out, I think. Also, we forgot to take off this here. Get our spark plugs out. If the spark plugs are bad, or you plan on replacing them, just leave the spark plugs in the head. They're ceramic. If they break, you can still get them out pretty easily, so I don't think it's a big deal. Lifters, you can take them out in any order, just as long as they go back in that exact same. They go back where they were, essentially. Okay, So we know we got all the rockers out, and 2 more. No, we got all the lifters. So these 4 ports on this head, these 4 big black holes, these are intake. This one, and this one are coolant. And this hole is coolant as well, because that's where the water pump bolts up to. This is looking like, let's say this is missing teeth, or it's got a big old crack in it somewhere, something like that, so we know we need to replace it. So we're going to take out the chain with this. Usually those come off together. Okay. So now that we've gotten that far, we're going to go ahead and say, all right, so we've gotten this far, let's see if we need to go further. We did drain the oil, right? I sure hope we did. Just kidding. I know we did. Let's take off this oil pan and see about the crank and the pistons. Let's see what kind of shape they're in. Okay, that crank is rusty, but normally they wouldn't rust, they would be in oil, so it wouldn't really matter. But yeah, we can take a look at this and see that the piston rods, that's what these are. These big black things. They're not supposed to be black, but yeah, the piston rods are damaged. We can just say that like some of them got cracks in them, maybe one's broken, that kind of stuff. That would cause a lot of loss of power when you're missing a cylinder. And then the crankshaft, we're like trying to turn the engine over and say we were able to turn this part of the crankshaft but not the rest, like it's in 3 different pieces, something like that, something wacky. That would be also realistic. Or the crankshaft broken. Not the crankshaft broken, but maybe some of the piston rods are broken, or maybe there's bits of the bits of the piston head and the oil pan, stuff like that. That would say, yeah, we need a full rebuild. Hopefully the block's savable, because usually in that situation the block is not. But we're going to go ahead and take off the engine heads, or the valve heads. And we can see that this one's completely broken. This one's got a bad head. It's beaten to death. It's in pieces, because these are usually aluminum, so they're usually the first to go if something like that were to happen. Also, the cylinder wall doesn't look too bad. Looks good. Looks in decent shape, so we might be able to save the block. Also, I wanted to mention to devs, if you are watching this, I'm just going to keep pretending that the devs are here. These holes right here, these are for bolts. These are bolts. Head bolts go in these holes. As well as this right here is also, these right here are also they're also holes for bolts. So please fix. Because there's actually in these heads, there's actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, I believe. There's 9 long bolts, and then there's 12 of these short ones. There's 2, 2, 2, 2, and 2. There's 12 of them, I believe, if I remember my counting. Yep. And we can see these ones are both damaged. One's got a big old crack, one's broken as well. But looks like the block might be still savable, which it is in this game. But I'm trying to come up with a real scenario here. Normally I'd flip the engine over at this point to start taking the bottom part apart, but we're inside the van, so we really can't do that. Alright. So then at this point, let's go ahead and take off the piston rod caps, which these would be nuts, not bolts. And just the piston rod caps, by the way. And remember, there's 8 of these because it's a V8. 8 pistons. And each one of them has a cap. With bearings, of course. And we can see that the crankshaft is just no good. The bearings have spun, the surfaces are all screwed, that kind of stuff. Okay, now we're going to lower it back down. We'll just say we pushed all of our pistons up and out of the motor. Because you would not be able to grab the pistons like this. It just is not possible. You have to go from the bottom. And then, while we're here, since we got the lifters out as well, we're going to go ahead and slide our cam out of there. Hopefully the cam is good. Normally it'd be upside down and you'd go from the bottom end to slide the cam out because you can control it. Because it's got 5 different points where it runs on cam bearings. And also, devs, this engine, I'll talk about some of the other part of the crankshaft later, but this crankshaft actually has 5 main bearing caps. I don't know if you can change that or not, but it'd be greatly appreciated if you could. Okay, that's everything on the engine side. So now we're going to go through one of these. 1, 2, 3. Camshaft was good. In this situation, all the piston rings are damaged, but since half the pistons were damaged, and some of them are also not looking too great, we're going to go ahead and replace all of it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 and 1. And we're just going to put one of these because I know there's 16. So I have one of those. And we'll count them up to 16. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Was the clutch plate damaged? Maybe. Starter. Yeah, we did clear out our inventory, so we're good. Alternator, serpentine belt, this and this. This, and this. Okay. Buy that. 1, 2, 3. When there's actually 5, there's actually 5 on the engine, not 3. 8 piston rings. 8 pistons. Bang. 8 rod caps. When you buy brand new pistons, more than likely, I do believe the caps come with it. 8 brand new caps as well. That. 16 of these, because there's the reason there's 16 is because there's one intake valve and there's one exhaust valve per cylinder. So there's 2 valves per cylinder, and there's 8 cylinders, so 8 times 2 is 16. So that's why there's 16. Because there's one that runs each valve. Same with the rocker arms. There's 16 of those. Obviously, those are all air filter. Take that out. Wheel filter. Take that out. Clutch plate. Take that out. Ignition wires. Serpentine belt. Take that out. Fuel filter. Take that out. Start as electrical. Ignition. Alternator. Okay, that's all electrical. Over to the electrical shop. Spark plugs, 8 of them. 1 per cylinder. Starter. Alternator. Ignition distributor. Distributor cap. And the ignition wires. Okay. Should be able to fully rebuild this engine back up piece by piece. Alright, we're at 4 hours on the clock. Let's see how long it takes us. And go. And I'm going to do this in order, as I would do it in real life. And I'd put, obviously, there's bearings going to go in these. Yeah. I'm going to do a speed run. Speed run of this. Uh-oh. My game is freezing? Uh-oh, that's not good. We're going to go ahead and drop a quick save, just in case. Just in case it decides to crash. Oh, come on now. Not even giving me the option. Let me mount the thing. I don't know why it's not letting me mount that. Oh, you have to do it from the engine bay. That's why. Okay. Oh, I'm already losing time. I'm not a good speedrunner. Go, 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 go. Put that on there. Time the engine. There are going to be 2 timing marks on these teeth. 2 little divots. So 1 divot there, 1 divot there. You want to line them up to where they perfectly point at each other right in the middle. So that's how you time the cam and the crank. And then, yep, put that together. Let's put our timing cover on. Okay. Alright. Let's go. Yep. Part mount. Let's get our pistons in here. By the way, the pistons and piston rings. You put the piston rings on first on your piston, and then there's an actual spring compressor that helps you get it into the cylinder. It compresses the spring or the piston rings down to smaller than the cylinder diameter, and that allows you to slide that in. And you also have oil in there. Do not do that dry. Please do not scratch up your cylinder walls. Brand new all this. Alright. I'm going to go back up top. I'm going to go back up underneath. This lag is annoying. I don't know why it's lagging so bad now. And yet we're going to put our piston caps on. Our piston rod caps, whichever. And it doesn't matter the order. Just as long as they go on the piston they're supposed to go on. And since it's all brand new, it doesn't matter. Okay. 2 more, I believe. Also, I'm going to talk about this before I put this last one on. So, you see this gap right here between the... these are counterweights, these big old things. That are like half circles, partial circles, same. These actually go up against here. On the outsides of these, they actually go clear up against. There is no gap. Same with these. There is no gap. You do not see the surface there. That way they don't float. Because if this engine was to be designed in real life like this, these would float back and forth and it would prematurely wear the surfaces down. And as fast as these V8s turn, that would not take very long before the bearings would be completely wore out of the damn thing. Yeah, we'll put on our oil filter, why not? Oil filter pan. Oil filter pan. Oil pan. Put that back on. And we'll put the rest of the clutch stuff back together. Bang. That. I'm going to leave that off for now because we need to turn the engine still. We need to be able to turn the engine. I just want to put that together so it makes it a little bit easier to turn the engine. Okay, now we'll mount our heads back on here. Also thread taping each one of these bolts because there's coolant where these thread in. Those are also coolant holes. So they need to be thread taped in order to seal them properly. Alright, let's put our brand new spark plugs in there. Depending on the type of exhaust you have, this system I would want to put on my spark plugs first, put my spark plugs in first, and then my exhaust manifold, because the exhaust manifold covers up the spark plugs pretty severely. It'd be a pain in the butt to get them in there with the exhaust manifold already bolted on. So yep, spark plugs. This takes almost as long as real life. Hey, we leveled up. Very nice. Okay, I wonder if we got enough points. Hey, we do. Faster mounting. Go! Or faster mounting. Faster screwing. That'll help with the next portion that's coming up here soon. Part mount. Let's go ahead and get that harmonic balancer on. Let's get the water pump back on there. And its pulley. Alright. Sure, why not? We'll put this on there, just because it's clear at the back. Okay. So yeah, you would not put this intake on, by the way, at this stage. You would put your push rods in, and then put your rocker on, and then we're gonna set. Once we get these all in there, then we'll set zero lash. Not in the game, but I'll explain how the process works. And the reason you do not put the intake on at this stage yet. There's so many. Like I said, there's 16 of these suckers, so it does take a second to get these all in there. Also, I'm hitting enter to make it go a little bit faster, because we are speedrunning here. Just a little bit. We're not truly speedrunning. It's a joke. I don't think I'd have the testicular fortitude in order to do that, and we wouldn't put that valve cover on either. Just move to the other side. Jeez. This dude's gonna owe me a lot of money. Too bad he wasn't getting, or had to get body parts as well. But yeah, a full engine rebuild at a mechanic shop for a mechanic to do that at a shop, and not you personally doing it like I'm doing with my pickup. It's already costed me tons of money. I've probably spent about $2,000 on it so far. And that's just the base price of what a rebuild would cost. That's not including labor cost if I was to have a shop do it. Labor cost, I'd probably be looking at about another $1,500 to $2,000. And then on top of that, so all in all, in an engine rebuild, you're probably looking at about anywhere between $3,000 to $5,000. The only time you would want an engine rebuild performed and not just get a different vehicle is if you either personally like the vehicle or the vehicle has lasted a long time and you want to keep it going, stuff like that. Has a lot of sentimental value, like my pickup does. Okay. So now, what we do is we set what's called zero lash, and we go through each one of these. They'd be lubricated, of course, with engine brake and lube. You'd spin the rod here, the lifting rod, and you tighten down this nut. It would be a nut, not a bolt. And you tighten it down until you can't turn this rod no more, and then you would tighten it down an extra quarter turn. That's called what's setting zero lash. Or is it? Or do you back it off? No, you tighten it down. You tighten down a quarter turn. It's like a quarter and eighth, something like that. I gotta refresh my book, my mind on the book. I haven't done valve lash in years, but I believe it's a quarter turn tighten. Like I said, look it up on the internet. Don't trust me. Yep, and then you do that through each one of those, and you go through the firing order, turning the motor over as you do it, so that you get everything set properly. And then once your zero lash is set, then we'll go ahead and put our intake on with its things, and then yeah, we're going to plug that up with a hole. Don't put the valve covers on just yet. You're going to need to set these when the engine's running and warm. So let's get everything else set up. Get our brackets on. Get our power steering pump that's not in the right place on the engine. An idler pulley. Another idler pulley. Those are all in the wrong spot. Alternator. And the other pulley. Serpentine belt. Radiator fan. Put in our radiator. And we'll put our reservoirs back in, the ones that were in the way. I'm going to put my valve covers on, but you in real life situation, you'd leave them off. Okay. Then we'll put our distributor in and get this set. So you get this set to where you would turn over the motor until you're at top dead firing, which is top dead center on number one cylinder, which is this one right here on the driver's side, the furthest forwardmost one, spark plug. You'd have the spark plug out, and you can stick a rag in there, put it in there pretty tightly, so it builds up a little bit of compression. And then you turn the motor over by hand. You turn the motor over until that rag goes pops out, or you hear the air go past the rag. You would hear it, and then you'd be like, okay, that's top dead center. And then you just keep moving it until both the intake valve and the exhaust valve, they're going to be both completely closed. So then you know, because it's a 4-stroke engine, so you want to make sure that you're at top dead center firing. That means we're now top dead center. The air and fuel mixture inside the cylinder is compressed. It's getting ready to fire, which means this is getting ready to deliver spark to this spark plug here. So that's how you want to set it up. So that you're ready to fire on number one cylinder. And then you get all your spark plugs, wires on there in the correct order, correct place. This old cap style wouldn't be clips. It'd almost be like screws. It'd have a screw head on top, and there'd be 4 of them, and they'd have an L shape at the bottom to go underneath from the cap, through the cap, and then they'd go underneath this lip right here to hold the cap on. That's just those older styles. The newer styles have like 2 screws on either side, 2 screws on it, 2 little tiny screws. Now let's get our carburetor on. And at this stage, I would not put the air filter on because I'm getting ready to try and start the motor, try and get it running. So I just put a little bit of fuel in here just to kind of prep it. And then keep your face away from here in case it backfires. Kids go throws ignited fuel on top of your face. So don't hang your face over this when you're trying to start a motor. But yeah, we'll go ahead and put the air filter system on. The other reason I don't put the air filter system on is because if this does backfire, all that fuel is going to end up, if it does blow the fuel back out of the carburetor, it's going to blow fuel into your air filter, and your air filter is made of cloth. So if it's got oil soaked and this backfires and throws up a big old fireball, your air filter is going to be on fire. So, and burning fuel in your air filter. So you want to make sure you don't have that on there. In case it does do that, you don't want to burn down your vehicle because of a backfire. Backfire just generally means it shoots, it pushes the fuel and air mixture, usually on fire, back up out of the air system because used the distributors the wrong way. So you can either be dead on with the distributor or 180 degrees off. So you need to rotate that bad boy if it's backfiring a lot. Yeah, at this point we're ready to start. We just need to get our fluids all topped off. Let's get all our fluids topped off. And then yeah, once your engine is running, you let it warm up. If it's running, get it timed while it's warming up as well, so that it's running smoothly enough. And then you're going to adjust your valves while it's running, and set proper valve lash while it's running and warmed up. Be careful, the oil will be hot. But yeah, you're going to keep setting them until you don't hear any more ticking noise. You're going to hear a ticking noise if they're too loose or too tight. You just keep adjusting them until the ticking noise goes away. But you only want to adjust a little bit at a time. You don't want to tighten down too much or too little, or have them too loose. So you want to be careful on which way you're going with it. Usually what I do is I loosen them until they do tick, and then tighten them back down until the ticking goes away. And I'm usually using a stethoscope next to the rockers, because that's where the ticking is going to be coming from. So, all right, we're ready to start our truck. Now I'm calling it a truck. It's not a car either. It's a damn van. It's a Vendura. Okay. Let's go ahead and get our transmission back up in the van. Get our starter back in there. Very nice, very nice. And of course the drive line. Okay. I believe we got everything. Did we put oil in it? Let's go ahead and check, make sure we did put oil in this sucker. Thought we did, but I can't remember. But we did not. That's why you remember all your fluids. Okay, she's full. That's a hot tip for the game there. You know something's full when it starts spewing out, and then you just hit escape real quick like. Alright, we got oil. Alright. This engine should be able to, this vehicle should run now. Test track. Let's see what are we missing? The engine can't be started. What? Oh, but I know why. I think we tested oh no, we couldn't test the fuel. So, probably fuel pump. Also, this engine is old enough, by the way. Devs. This engine this design right here, this is a fuel pump. This is a manual fuel pump. The fuel pump goes up with a fuel line, and there's a fuel filter up here somewhere, up on the intake somewhere right there, and then it goes into the carb. So yeah, this is a manual fuel pump. You do not have to have an electronic fuel pump in this van. That wouldn't be proper for the van, for this engine design. There wouldn't be an electronic fuel pump in the tank because there's a manual fuel pump. And then back to car parts, I believe. Even though it's an electronic device, it's still in this section. And fuel pump. Yeah, I completely forgot about that. We just got done rebuilding an engine. I'm tired. Okay, now I should be able to run it. Test track. And, yep, there we go. Get my engine broke in on the test track. Okay, let's go. Yeah, buddy. Engine's running smooth now. This thing must not have any exhaust. It's a very loud V8. Sounds like a race car. Just fucking maxing out the revs on that V8. She's running good though. Running good. Let's see. Oh yeah, look at the suspension. Oh my gosh. I think that's all rear, isn't it? Yeah, it might be some front bits. Okay, suspension time. Oh, come on. Stop lagging. Jeez. Also, this exhaust is way too low for this van, and it's in the incorrect position. If it's going to have dual exhaust, it's either going to come out the side, or it's going to come out straight out the back. This exhaust would bend, it actually would bend up and over the top of the rear axle, and then out to the end. It would not bend underneath. Reason for that, the exhaust would be too low, and if you ever blew a tire or something, you would drag your exhaust along the ground instead. So, as well as suspension travel. The suspension would travel, but the exhaust would stay at its current level, and you would just be banging your exhausts on the ground. So that's why they bend up and over the top, not underneath. Okay, now that that's settled. Aha, brakes. Brakes as well. We're just going to take everything apart. I mean, why not, right? 524 on the clock. We'll just do the entire suspension. Take everything apart. This is a good way to get experience as well as learn if you're unfamiliar with the vehicles in this game. This is a good way to learn. It's just take everything apart in this game. Not in real life, but in this game, just take everything apart. You get tons of experience for it. It doesn't cost you anything but time, which I don't think there's any time constraints in this game. Why the heck are these rusted? Rims look fine. Look at us go. We are a speed demon. Yeah. I'm right-clicking. Oh, there's the one I was missing. That. 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 Yeah, I would, as well as if you were doing this kind of thing in real life. Obviously the drive line's going to be disconnected, but I would take off the struts, not the struts, the shock absorbers, and then take out these on the corners of the, or on the ends of the leaf spring, take those, unbolt that, and then just drop the whole rear end, with the jack of course, but get the whole rear end on the ground, and then take apart these U-bolts. And in a lot of cases, the U-bolts are going to break, so expect that. Just the way it is. They're going to break a lot of the time. Okay, inventory. So both of those are broken. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. The leaf spring plates were fine. Oh, 2. Okay. Those were fine. Those were fine. And those are fine. Okay. Alright. Leaf springs. Needs 2 of those. Probably because he overloaded it like all hell. Broken U-bolts. Brand new rubber bushings. Brake pads. 2 shock absorbers. They were also broken. And 2 of these. So I did put 2. I just forgot that I did. Part mount. Yeah, and then I would do, I'd put most of this together on the ground as well. So like this. I've obviously not the shock absorbers. I'd leave those out until you got it up there and bolted in, because shock absorbers are meant to go in when everything else is together. Yep, get this bolted in. Get that side bolted in. We'll just put one side together at a time. It just makes things a little bit easier, a little bit faster as well. Brakes, or brake disc, brake pads, caliper, and then tire. Okay. Yeah, I would not put it together this way. The way I'm doing it, I'm just doing it for the convenience of me. Just trying to go as fast as I can. Shock absorber as well. And then leaf spring plate and brand new U-bolts. So yeah, they were all dead. All the U-bolts were broken. Damn near broken anyway. Yeah. And then the cover, dust cover of course. And by the way, this van as well would have drum brakes in the rear. It would not have brake discs because it's a utility vehicle. On top of, yeah, just being heavy, it would have drum brakes in the rear. They have more stopping power. And it'd probably have disc brakes in the front, I'm pretty sure. Or it might have drum brakes in the front as well. You never know. Yeah, that's everything. Let's go up to the front. I believe there's also front stuff, yeah. There's not much. Front springs, sway bars, and brakes. just do that. We won't take everything apart. Yeah, it just breaks. Okay, and then that, and that sway bar. Okay, go to the other side. Take this tire off. Brakes. Double wishbone shock absorber. The reason they call it the double wishbone is because there's an upper and a lower control arm, and they look like wishbones. So, double wishbone shock absorber. That's what the suspension setup's called. Alright. So now we're going to use the spring compressor. Now you want to be careful with this tool. Either putting together or separating parts. Because see how it has to compress. That's in order to take the cap off, to take this all apart. And if you don't have this set up right, or you're not trying to do it with the proper tools, or something goes wrong. Also, I didn't ever take that battery off there. That battery's probably fried. People have died to these springs, by the way. Not to the spring compressor, but the spring itself. People have gotten hit by these springs when it was compressed, and they were trying to get it apart. And they did something wrong, or they were using the right tools. And the spring hit them in the head with such a force that it literally killed them. Immediately, just dead. Yeah, people have died, so yeah, be very, very careful with this stuff. Okay, inventory. So we need one of these, we need two of those, and two of those. Front sway bar B, rid of that. Two of those. Two of those. Two of those. And that's it. Okay. Now we're going to join the parts back together. Okay. Now we're going to part mount. Shock absorbers back in place. And of course the front sway bar. And sway bar end links. Brake disc ventilated. Brakes. Brake caliper. And of course, tire. Brake disc ventilated. Brake pads. And brake caliper. And of course, tire. Oh, and then, yeah, we forgot the rest of it. Oops. Oh well. Okay, car status. We are... Oh, we're not done yet. What are we missing? Rubber bushings? Where? Oh, all of these. Oh, crap. How many rubber bushings? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wheel hub bearings as well. We got ahead of ourselves. So we should have just taken the entire suspension apart. Hey, we still get experience for that. Fine. More experience. That's what we need. And I bet you as well, all the rubber bushings are in these control arms. all of them are dead. Which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is 12. Okay. So we'll take off one side and put it back together. Whoops. Okay. We know it's 12 as well. And then 2 of these. So 12 and 2. Put this one back together. So yeah, doing this, I would put your control arms on first. Get everything bolted up. And then put your strut in last. Because again, like I said, it's meant to be put in with everything else together. So. And of course our bearing, which makes no sense to me, but whatever. I'm not going to argue the point anymore. I'm starting to get tired, so I really don't care. Ooh, NASCAR! Okay, over to the other side. Dismount. And we don't get to take apart the brakes, by the way. I don't know why I did that on that other side. That. And that's also bolted at the top, by the way. I don't know why they didn't include that. Being bolted to inside or on the vehicle's body. Our mount. Get our upper control arm and our lower control arm, bottom control arm, whatever you want to call it. It really doesn't matter. Just as long as it's the right one. It really doesn't matter what it's called. Or what you want to call it. Just as long as it's the right one. Okay. Also, we also forgot a crucial part. Unmount. Got to do these rubber bushings as well. Mount. There we go. Our unmount. These are rusty buggers. Our mount. There we go. Now if we go car status, we should only have the wheel hub bearing. Yep. Alright, cool. We're almost done with this beast of a van. It's got almost brand new parts in it. Almost entirely all the way around. Pretty crazy. Car status. Finish order. Hey, we didn't forget anything. And we leveled up. Very nice. Almost leveled up twice. Alright, let's get this one. Even faster. Oh. We don't have point. Oh, we don't have enough points. Never mind. Inventory. Let's go ahead and sell all the parts. I was like, I'll try to buy it, and then I was just like, what the hell, man? Alright, let's go other side of the center. Ooh, very nice. Ooh. Leveled up. Hooray! Collect items. Alright. Now we can grab this. We have 2 points to spare. I'm gonna grab this as well. Before I start going up this tree, up this center tree, and we don't have the garage expansion to fix parts, so I really don't care about doing this one. This one and this one are the most important, to me anyway, and then this one. We could do garage expansion, but I think I'm just going to do welder for now. We got ourselves a welder. Just do body stuff and whatnot. Alright. Now this one's fun. This one's a good time, I think. Yeah, we got more than enough time to work on this. Hey, dude, you recognize me? No, sure not. I'm an internet star of car racing. Oh, that's cool. Well, perhaps a rising star. That's still cool. I go by the name RM. Still never heard of you. This is my new car project. I just snapped it from the junkyard. What is with the word snapped? You snatched it? You bought it? Whatever. From a junkyard. For now, it looks like a pile. It looks like a piece of junk. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does. Actually, I remember. I specifically remember that it does. The last time I did this. But we can make it a gem. I mean, you can, but nobody has to know that, right? Oh, come on now. I'm giving you some. I'm giving you some recognition on your channel. Giving you some more through traffic. Can you give me some through traffic on my shop? Like say, hey, this is a mechanic who done it. Unless you're pretending to be the mechanic, then you're lying to your viewers, and I don't appreciate that. But whatever. Are you in with this project? Yeah, I mean, money's money. So whether you're lying to your viewers or not, I hope so. I just want you to check if it starts up before the first episode, and we'll think about the rest later. Thanks. I'll see you on ImporTube. ImporTube. That should be the new YouTube for vehicles. ImporTube. Change oil and then other stuff. Okay. Yeah, if I remember, this thing is a pile of. It's a pile of rust. Yep. Okay. Poor Mitsubishi Evo. Alright, move car to car wash. And by the way, this is not a Subaru. Because if you look closely at the Subarus and the Mitsubishi Evos, they do look similar, but there's one distinct feature you could always tell even from far away. This spoiler here on this trunk. The spoiler, the Subarus have a curve, kind of a curved spoiler. It's more smooth shaped. The Evos always had this more edgy look on the spoilers. The Lancers, the Evos, stuff like that. Also, this might be a turboed inline 4. It is a turboed inline 4, and it's very damaged. I'm gonna move my mouse very slowly because of the lag. Keeps putting my mouse where I don't want it. That sounds dirty. It sounds really bad. I'm just gonna let it simmer. That's funny. And that also sounds bad. Alright, come with me, Mitsubishi. Let's go. Power lifter A, please. Alright, let's do all of our usual checks. All of our usual checks and balances on our car here. Look at all the experience gain. Yes. Give me experience. Ignition coils, spark plugs. Okay, we can deal with that. Probably won't start either, huh? Nope. Didn't think so. Well, we can do a voltmeter. Neat. Neat, neat. Fuck off. Perfect timing. Yeah, everything's screwed. So a couple of relays are bad. Alternator, battery, throttle. Tire tread tester, 16%, 18%, 23%, 18%. Okay, so not great. Oh, I can't start it. Drain tools. Let's go ahead and drain all the fluids. Got all the fluid out of her, man. Just got the hiccups today. All these fluids are bad. Okay. Let's go ahead and drain the oil too. Give her an oil change. See if this thing starts up. Now I remember that I went through this entire car. I took everything off this car and put it all back in, or all back together. And there wasn't very much to replace, actually. Because he just wants you to get it running. That's all. Doesn't want you to replace anything. Too drastic. Just get it running. Okay. Oil filter. Let's get that off of there. Okay. Oops. We'll just type in oil. Let's get the oil filter. Get a brand new oil filter on there. Okay. Drop it back down. Our status. Let's see. Give us a direction here. Oh yeah, so we need to get into the fuse box, alternator, battery, I think starter as well. Probably starter. Okay, the throttle body is screwed. It's not reacting. So I'll have to take this off. I think air filter, I believe, on this car as well, if I remember correctly. Okay. We'll add that to the list. I'm gonna check the air filter. I believe the air filter is bad. Yeah, air filter's bad. Okay. Let's get into the fuse box. And I want to see, since we did check, which ones is it? So it's this one, and that one. We'll remember that. So bang, bang, bang. And then second one from the left. Second one from the left. Okay. Bang, 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 and bang. Okay. What else was there? There's still 2 parts not discovered, but I don't remember if they're on the engine. I believe they're just on the engine, actually, yeah. Ignition coils, batteries, probably spark plugs. Yeah, all spark plugs. Air filter, relays, medium fuse ignition coils. Alternator, I think, isn't it? The alternator was bad. Maybe the belt. Maybe that's what's missing here. Okay, inventory. No, the belt it's bad, but it's not bad enough apparently. Car status. Still part not discovered. We know the battery's bad. You know what? I got a brand new battery in my inventory, or did I sell it? I might have sold it. Okay, we'll just charge this one up. Okay, and it should be fine. I like how that like puts batteries back into pristine condition. It's pretty good. This, 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 and this. Right, where's the fuel filter? Fuel filter. Just doing the stuff that I can't check, like that would normally be able to. Starter. What do they normally check? Oh, fuel rail. That's right. Fuel injectors. See if the fuel injectors are good. I'll have to put them on their own machine. Then test it out fully. Okay. And then it would be fuel. So injectors. We don't have a fuel rail on this car. It should have one, but it isn't on here. Fuel pump. Okay. Fuel. Oops. Let's take that injector off of there. Fuel filter as well. That might be the 2. Yes. We did get it. Nice. Okay, we got everything. Two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alternator, fuel pump, fuel filter. I believe that was everything, right? Okay. So, throttle body. Oops. Air filter. That's electrical, so we can't go there. That's electrical, that's electrical, electrical. Fuel pump. Fuel filter. I guess I already added them. Electrical, 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 electrical. Okay. And spark plugs. Okay. That should be everything. And we got a brand new battery. Take off. Yep, got a brand new battery. Okay. Wait. Did we buy 2 alternators? Whoops. I think I just bought 2 alternators. Whoops. Whoopsies. Okay. Alright, now let's go ahead and get these in there. New. New. And new. And new. This back on. Let's get the air filter back in its place of origin. Fuel filter. Gotta get those injectors back on. Get injector in there. Very good, very good. So I'm guessing that throttle plate was completely seized. The throttle body was just completely seized. And you could push the throttle all you wanted, but it wouldn't react. Yeah, I accidentally bought 2 alternators. Whoops. Put back on. Put that back on there. I guess the starter even though it's pretty damaged, pretty worn. It still accepted it as okay. Yeah, I definitely do this too. I'd be like, just screw the rest of it. Let's give it power, give it spark, give it fuel, give it air. Give it fuel, give it fire, give it that which it desires. Oof. No content ID match, no! Fuel pump. Okay, fuel pump's last. I go all the way back there for a reason, game. Permit. Up. Okay. Car status. So now we just gotta fill the fluids. Alright. Should be good. We're not even gonna test if it runs. We're just gonna let him find that out. Or unmount. This. I hate this one. Can't see how full everything's getting. Just kind of have to look at that corner. And bang. Fill. Okay. Fill the washer fluid. So washer fluid's the most important fluid. Always keep your washer fluid topped up, or your car will never run again. Just kidding. Washer fluid's the least important. Power steering, coolant, and oil are the most important. Brakes are probably also the most important as well. No, I shouldn't say probably. They are the most important. Brake fluid, coolant, oil, and power steering fluid. But you could live without a power steering pump if you blow the pump up. Oil, coolant, and brakes are the most important, I would say. Oil for the engine to keep the engine lubricated, to keep it from blowing up. Coolant to keep the engine cool, to keep the engine from blowing up. And brakes, so you don't kill anybody, including yourself, or yourself. Okay. Our status. Finish order. We didn't forget anything. Very good. Very good, everybody. Very good. Alright, and we did not level up, unfortunately. So we only have 2 points. That is okay. Next story order. Let's go. Oh yeah. And this car right here, this is where I ended. I didn't get this car done, I only started it. Yeah, this is where I started the Sunday driver episode, which I still gotta record later. In an hour. Oof. Oh, the engine head's bad. The engine head is bad. This is an inline 3, I believe, yeah. This is an inline 3. Hopefully it runs. Let's do all the normal scans. Getting so many jobs done today, huh? Close. Also, we forgot one thing. Inventory, sell parts, sell all parts, and let's open our case. Let's do the 2 outer ones. Oop, bonus XP. And we leveled. And a little bit of money. So we're back up to 15 grand. Not bad, not bad. Let's go spend our points real quick before we finish this order. Hey! Now we got 25% chance to get a mystery case after finishing an order. Does that apply? I'm wondering if that applies also to the story missions, because we get a crate after each story mission. Will we get a chance to get a second crate, maybe? Hopefully. Probably not. The game wouldn't be that nice, would it? The engine needs to be complete to perform the... Complete? What are you missing? What are you missing? Part mount. Oh. What happened here? Where'd the serpentine belt go? Alright, X. Also, I realized that we didn't read the thing. Also, we're in the electronic shop. This is a classic case of serpentine belt disappeared. I know the alternator's no good. I should probably... it's probably not going to start. So, we're going to go ahead and... yeah, without even reading the order. Also, that's in the electronic shop. Probably happened while driving as well. This is a common thing that can happen to your car. The serpentine belt could just break. The tensioner wouldn't be gone, but the serpentine belt can break and just be gone, and you get to your car dies and you don't know why, and you open up the hood and the serpentine belt's gone. I've had it happen. Also, I'm hitting X, so you put your mouse over the thing, the ghost, when you're in part map mode, and you can hit X, and it'll add it to your shopping list. See? Belt tensioner. But yeah, let's get this car running so I can do all my normal checks. Part mount. Okay. Now the engine is complete, possibly. Can we do this now? Engine can't be started. Screw off. Why can't the engine be started? Is the starter bad? Or is the fuel pump bad? Nope, fuel pump's not bad. Let's try to actually start it and see what it tells me. No power. Drive. Engine can't be started. There's no power at all? What the heck? Are we missing something? Part mount. No, we're not missing any of those. Wait a minute, the battery's fine. Battery looks just fine. Part mount. Part mount. Is it missing something? Something obvious? Am I just dumb? What the heck? I've never had this problem before. I mean, I know the head's bad, but it should still start, or at least try to. Excuse me? Car? Okay, let's do an electronical check since we got no power. Do a multimeter test on some sensors and some fuses and the battery and the starter and anything electrical, really. I mean, like I said, I know the head is bad, according to the rust in the game. Okay, so it's got dead fuses. Okay. At least we know that part. Alright, and then we're gonna go examination mode. Alright, so it's this bottom big one and that far right long one and then the two on the left. Alright, so two on the left. And these two. Bang, 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 bang. Electronical shop. Let's get rid of that. Get that one. Get that one. Yeah, I'll read the story in a minute. Intermission. I'll read the story in a minute. Part mount. I just want to get the car running so I can do my normal checks. And we'll see what the hell. Why was it missing so much? Or why was it missing stuff? And I guess the vehicle overheated. Normal mode. We're going to go back into examine mode. Okay. And I don't see any other bad electronics. I think that was the only set of stuff that was bad. Normal mode. Part mount. Cover back on. Okay. No, pressure tester. Hey! We got it running. Well, at least we'll do our compression test on it. Ooh, the piston is bad. One piston is bad, just one, and the camshaft. Ugh. Gotta take the head off anyway. Damn it. Powertrain tester. Can we do it in an hour? Is the question, I guess. So. Yeah, I'm just checking everything, by the way. It's very, very low on fluids. Got a bad fuel rail as well. Okay, all in due time. Car status, did we get everything? No. Okay. Good morning. We need an expert opinion. I don't know what happened. I was planning a family vacation for next week. I started the car yesterday and I was trying to turn on the lights and there was nothing. I thought that maybe the lights were fried. But as it turned out, that wasn't the problem. Soon after, my car wasn't reacting to the key at all. I don't know what happened. Please check what's the problem. Please check what is the problem. It would be a good car, was fit for a long trip, and if it was more reliable, at least they market it as such. I'm almost sure that all these indicator lights were lighting up. Wait a minute! Wait a minute! Wait a minute! Wait a minute! Hold on! Hold on! Hold on! Hold on! I want to read that again because I read a little bit faster than I talk. But I want to read that again. That sounds funny. Um, it'd be good of them to put a joke. I don't know what happened. Please check what is the problem. It'd be good if the car was fit for a long trip and if it were more reliable. At least they marketed it as such. I'm almost sure that all these indicator lights were lighting up properly because they're supposed to light up, right? Okay, that could be two things. Either one, the indicator lights, this person is used to the indicator lights coming on when you turn the key and when you start the vehicle, and then they all go off like they're supposed to. Or when he was running his vehicle, he would start the car, the indicator lights would come on because that's just the car doing checks on itself, doing checks on the sensors, doing checks on power for the computer, for all the other bits and bobs that are electrical. And then when the car's running, those lights stay on for a little bit and then they'll go off. If they don't go off and you see like please check engine or do you see like an engine labeled indicator or an exclamation mark for that'd be for ABS and just all kinds of other weird stuff. If the lights don't go off after a few minutes of you starting your car, and it just stays on the entire time, you know you've got an electrical issue. The computer's throwing a fault and trying to tell you that you need to get your car looked at. So, hopefully it's just him or this person thinking that the lights are coming on and then going off because they light up every time and then they go off. But in this situation, more likely the lights were staying on. So, because they're supposed to light up, right? Well, only when you first turn on the key and start the car, they're supposed to shut off after a few minutes. And if they weren't doing that, then you know you done fucked up. But at least the car will. I don't think it'll start, but at least we know what we're dealing with now. Alright, let's go ahead and wash this car. This car looks pretty nice, so might as well keep it nice. Keep the Arizona desert off of it. Oh shit, I just revealed my location. Just kidding. I imagine we're in the Arizona desert. It sure does look like it. Oh, why are you lagging so much? Stop it. I didn't even move my mouse. That's what the lag did to my mouse. I don't know why it's so laggy over here. See if we can lower the lag down. Maybe not ultra ever. Mesh detail, shadow, texture resolution. I want that. Shadow distance. Let's go high with that. Is there a way to turn down the reflections? Or no? Custom bloom, screen space reflections. I do like. I know they're fake reflections, but I do like that. Collision. Let's turn this off, maybe. Maybe that'll help as well. Nope, it's still extremely laggy over here. Alright, settings. Let's go high. Let's see if that does anything. Uh-oh. I might have broken the game. I know it's gonna set everything, but... Come on. Come on, game. I'll be back once this is back up and running. Oh, well, that didn't take but 2 seconds after. Whatever. Is this a little better? Seems to be a little bit happier with that. It's not quite as... The disc is not quite as maxed out. It seems to be a little happier with that. I wonder what it is. Specifically. Volumetric lighting, yes. Subsurface scattering, yes. Texture resolution. Shadow map resolution. Let's turn this up. I like the textures and the mesh details. The vegetation details I really don't care about. Contact shadows? Heat haze. Let's try this. I like the texture and the mesh resolution. They can be ultra. Let's see if that makes it lag. Mesh in the textures. We'll leave the heat haze off for now. Alright, how about that? Okay, I think it is. It's... strange. Whatever. No, I don't care. Settings. Go back to Ultra. Ultra does look good. Custom. The only thing I turn that off. I'm gonna turn off the heat haze as well. No, I like the heat haze. Sure. All this freaking screen tearing, it's insane. There must be something on that's keeping me from turning on VSync with limiting my FPS, other than limiting the FPS. Okay, move car lifter A. Let's go. Back inside. It seems to work pretty well in here. I don't know what it is about out there at the car wash, why it's so lag-tastic. Okay. Let's get this car done, shall we? It's an inline 4, so hopefully it won't take too long, but you never know how long stuff could take, depending on the engine. Can we take off that fuel rail right off the bat? Yes, we can. Okay. Alright, how about this cover? Okay, we can take off the cover. We're going to have to take off the intake. We need to drain fluids as well. Almost forgot about that. The camera went crazy, that's why it went. Okay, take that out. We're just going to drain all the fluids, because I think they want them changed, so. Okay. So go up. thing's gonna need an oil change as well. Car lifter A. Oops. Back. Give me that oil filter. Get that inline 3 oil filter. It's a very tiny motor, by the way. It's pretty funny. Back down. Boop. Alrighty. Yeah, let's go ahead and... Oh, intake needs to... throttle body needs to come off first. Okay. Alright, got that off of there. This is a very strange... what is this? What is this timing cover? What's with this pulley down here all by its lonesome? I've never worked on this engine before. I mean, I have. I should also mention that I have all the achievements for this game. Last time I played it, got all the achievements. And I still don't know what the hell's going on with this engine. It's a very strange inline 3. It's really not a strange inline 3, it's just a strange motor in general. It just sucks that we have to take everything apart. Something catastrophic must have went wrong with this engine. Either that or it was designed poorly, which wouldn't put past companies. I'm not saying this company in particular, by the way. I'm not slandering a company's name. I'm not going to say any names either. But I wouldn't put past certain vehicle companies to market their vehicles as, you know, the best, most reliable car, blah, 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 all the bells and whistles, and it's the best car ever, and because they need to sell cars, so they're going to market them that way. And then, all of a sudden, okay, do I have to take these out? Like this? Okay, they just come out. I saw this, I saw a cover, thought there was bolts and stuff, but no. Why can't I take this off? Oh, of course. Exhaust manifold. Whoops. There we go, now I should be able to. Aha! But yeah, they market their cars like they do, trick people into buying them. And then all of a sudden, when the car fails, then they regret buying it, and then all of a sudden, the warranty's expired, or oh, the warranty doesn't cover that. That was user error. So your warranty is now void. Congratulations. That's why you just buy old reliable cars. Older, I should say. Buy older reliable vehicles. You'll never be disappointed. Get an older reliable one. Especially one that's had like proper engine and transmission service recently. That'll last you, 200,000 miles, at the very least. Just make sure it's a reliable car. Okay. I think we got everything. No, part not discovered. What are we missing? So he was trying to turn on the lights, it wasn't working. So there's several parts that are not discovered yet. Oh, don't tell me. Can I cheat this? Nope. Okay, what about if I move my camera over here, back out? Okay. I'm cheating. Okay, it's not clutch or flywheel. What are we missing then? Suspension? Brakes. Brakes. Okay. That's okay. We'll do the brakes later. Piston. The head. 1, 2, 3. And then a camshaft. Cam gear. Fuel rail. Fuel filter. And the rest of it we've already done. Engine head, cam gear, spark plugs. 2, 3. Okay, the rest of it should be all in here. Yeah, they blew up their freaking motor somehow. Either that or it was the fault of the company that made it. I'm not going to say that it was. I'm just going to say it's a possibility that something wasn't quite right. Possibly. Being this new and all. What year is this, by the way? It's a 2009. Okay, so it's not that new. Okay. Part mount. Go ahead and get this back in there. It's pretty much brand new, so I didn't care to buy all the pistons. I just want to get this job done. Not a fan of these cars, if you hadn't noticed. Not really. Oh, not these cars in general, in particular. But I'm not a fan of front-wheel drive cars. I'm not a fan of cars with small motors. Stuff like that. I'm not a fan of small cars in general. Yeah, I like big old V8 engines. That's my fan. That's where my fun lies, is having a big old pickup that outlasts newer vehicles. And it's got a big old reliable V8 in it. I mean, I'm rebuilding it right now, so you could argue, well, it's not reliable if you're rebuilding it. It's like, yeah, it is reliable. I'm just doing what they call preventative maintenance, which means I'm replacing all the stuff that could go bad or is starting to go bad before it does go bad. So then I save myself a lot of money and headache later on. Can't wait until that project's done and I show you guys. That's the biggest engine project I've done so far. On my own personal stuff. Even bigger than the Chevy Impala with the LS motor. Okay. Oh, did I miss a bolt? Yep. There we go. Okay, got all that. Now the fuel rail. And then we'll get this in there. This in there. That there. And that there. And then the weird freaking cover, which makes no damn sense to me. Why it's shaped the way it is. Okay. Harmonic balancer. Another pulley. Another pulley. Yeah, this belt system makes no sense to me, because it goes around this pulley. I understand here to keep it from getting too close to this, and then of course the tensioner goes around the tensioner, around the alternator. But why does it go all the way out here and then back? I'm guessing that this is probably where the AC compressor is, but since there's no AC compressor in the game that I know of anyway, for these cars. They just put a pulley here instead. There's supposed to be an AC compressor there probably. But that's fine. They can do it however they like. I just merely make suggestions. Okay. And then the intake, of course. Intake manifold. And then throttle body. Okay. I'll go ahead and raise up, fool. Raise up, fam. Terrible joke, sorry. Okay. Car status. What are we missing? Parts not discussed. Oh, the brakes. The brakes is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That might be brakes and might be a bearing or something. And of course, refill all the fluids. Okay. Alrighty. This little tiny inline 3. Double mode. Let's fill up all the fluids. Glug, 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 glug. Glug, 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 glug. Glug, 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 glug. Sorry, I'm so bored with putting fluids in cars. I like putting fluids on cars, but jeez, sometimes it's a little bit tedious. But then again, that is mechanics life. Mechanics for life. Car mechanics for life. That's what you should call your game. Instead of car mechanics simulator, it's car mechanics for life, and spell it with a 4. Oh no. Okay, and then oil. Alright, car status. So now we're just missing brakes, I believe. I think I saw some brakes. We're gonna take this car out for a little drive, though. Test track. Let's go. Two enthusiastic thumbs up. That sounds weird. Go, fam. Got good acceleration. It's very loud. But every car in this game is loud. Heck yeah. It's actually not bad. It's very slow though. This is more of a traveling car. If you wanted to really, really save yourself on gas, buy a car with an inline 3. Brake pads, brake pads, brake pads, all the brake pads. There must be something else we're missing then. There's got to be something we're missing entirely. Let's check the battery. Battery's charged. Mount. This is gonna want to be one of those ones where it's like something completely unrelated. 1, 2, 3, 4. Something completely unrelated. Air filter. Air filter. check the air filter. It's got to be something, yeah, like something completely unrelated. Why can't I take this off? There we go. Must not have been hitting the right pixel. Aha! There we are. Air filter. Alright, and then brakes. Brake pads. Alright, let's do a brake job. Once we get this air filter in, of course. Had to focus to really get them clips on. No. Why's this thing got such fat tires? For a little car, it's got such fat tires and tiny little rims. Oh, there we go. Look at us go. We could work at the NASCAR races. Brand new brake pads. And the caliper. And then the tire goes back on. Put these brand new brakes on. I'm kind of running out of stuff to talk about. It's getting so close to the end of the video. Like I said, I'm kind of running out of stuff to talk about, which is funny. Also, settings. Yeah, this TAA is not working. Okay. It's making everything really blurry for some reason. That's a little better. Brand new brakes. And this. Okay. Last one. Nope. A little bit of lag there. Yeah. There we go. It's just like, come on. Aha! Car status. We are done. Finish order. Hooray! We didn't forget anything. We did not level up, though. I'm very sad about that. We have no skill points at all. Sad face. Let's go ahead and sell all the parts. Alright, case. What do you got for me? Should we go the two outer ones? Yeah. Oh, some money. XP. Oh no, another bar location. I hate it. I don't need those right now. I need XP. That's what I need. Should we go with garage expansion? Because if we went with the garage expansion, that would be... It'd leave us with 8 grand. Let's see what the next order is first. Oh, it's at Oldsmobile Cutlass 442. Heck yeah. Hey, I'm coming to you with a very sentimental task. This Hellcat, or this Oldsmobile, we'll just call it this Oldsmobile, is the only piece of my grandma I have. Oh, that's sad. The condition may not be perfect, but I really care about making it into something that would resemble product condition or production condition. Grandpa takes great care of it, but he's showing his age, just like this car. Oh, sad. He's making a fresh approach to the subject. I want to surprise him. The condition exploitation elements. The condition of exploitation elements should be fine, but the rest, the more difficult to access parts, have surpassed the capabilities of Grandpa. Just take care of this classic piece for me. See you. It sounded really sad. Sure, I'll work on it. I don't mind working on the classics. Yeah, this definitely looks like an Oldsmobile Cutlass that's been sitting inside of a garage and trying to be taken care of, but yeah, it's just been sitting, not being used, which is one of the worst things for a car, by the way. Let's go ahead and wash it up. Leg. Okay. Alright, look at this beauty. Actually, it looks in really great condition. Oh. Oh, the engine. Well, we're not going to be able to do that today. Unfortunately. Oh, that's too old. Yeah, correct. It's also got a high-rise intake, which is crazy. Oh, the engine cannot be started. Electronic. What's wrong with the electrics? We'll do all the preliminary tests. See what we're working with. Give us a direction to start. I mean, I could already see it, obviously, but yeah. Okay, so the starter is bad. Good tires. Oh, engine cannot be started. Okay. Can we check the oil? Has it been keeping up on the oil change? Yes, they have. Very good. Okay. Let's get it running so we can do the rest of our preliminary tests. Get some more results on the status of the engine. Okay. Inventory. Space. Let's buy a starter for this beast. Okay, per amount, brand new starter. Alright. Hailfire! Very nice. Can we start it now? Hey! It's just a starter. Crankshaft is bad. Oof. pressure test. And the fuel pump is bad. Well then, yep. Not too bad. But yeah, crankshaft is bad. That can be changed out easily. The heads, not so easy. Also, this is bad too. There's 3 pages of undiscovered parts. Oof. Okay, well, we're gonna leave this here. That's going to be it for this episode. We're going to quit a little bit early. Reason is because I'm not going to be able to finish this in the 20 minutes, 19 minutes allotted to me to be 6 hours. So we're going to cut it off a little bit early. Apologies, but hope you enjoy this episode. I hope you've enjoyed so far, or enjoyed this episode at all. Anyway, I don't know if I would. It was a little bit boring at times, but we got through it. Again, apologies for the uploading a video and then it getting copyrighted, so I had to take it down. I guess I didn't have to take it down, but I took it down because I don't want that on my channel. And this will be the new Saturday mega episodes, mega episode, even though it's being uploaded on Sunday, even though it's recorded on Sunday. I'm going to take a little bit of a break, and then I'm going to go record Sunday's episode. If you've watched up until this point, in 360p or 240, congratulations. You are not caring of a quality. Eventually, the high definition version will be out. But yeah, but if you have stuck with me this far, I thank you. And for these type of videos, I'm not going to request. I'm just going to ask if you want to. Go ahead and leave a like, maybe subscribe, maybe do a little bit of sharing, if you would please. If not, that's fine with me. Whatever you want to do. It is up to you. It actually is up to you guys how successful this channel becomes. I merely provide the content. You guys provide the bus of sorts. But anyway, enough kidding aside. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and until next time, hey, goodbye.